attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, baiting the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. Your bros are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Cause we ready for the swamps, don't we take what we want. Tipping down, living some 50 day. What we own, man, through the door, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
My methods are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Yeah, hey, I climb to the top.
I climb to the top, no matter the toll. on gas, I'm laughing, bigging the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning up is like a thing of the past. The props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to fall in my trap. Go to swamps, don't take what we want. Tip it down, living some 50 gang. What we own, man, through the dawn, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
My methods are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. I'm nauseous, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. I'm nauseous, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Yeah, hey, I climb to the top.
I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Series E. I'm your host as always, and my name is Ye. So super excited to be here once again as we kick off week number 5 of season 3. It is Cheez-It week here at Series E, and super excited to get into all of that action. So hope you guys are stoked for it as well. We're gonna have a ton of great games here tonight and looking forward to that. Now, for those of you that may be new to the show, I just want to break down how things work here, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. I am an absolute bot at Apex. They still let me in, okay? So you can do it as well. We have 9 teams that qualified either through our open qualifiers prior to this season or based on their placement in the previous season of Series E. Now, all 9 of those teams have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. All of those players now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday against some of the best pros in North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E pro. Now, I mentioned it is Cheez-It week. Super excited about that. That is a squad that is trying to be on the rise here. They've had solid performances over the last few weeks and are just trying to break into that next level of Series E. It's been very tightly contested outside of the top 3. Bunch of squads moving up and down in our standings, and with 2 more days, of action here this week, another huge opportunity for these teams to make a statement as we approach the halfway mark of this season. Obviously, our standard season, 12 weeks long. We're in week number 5. Now, I want to talk about a couple of things as we get ready for today's games. If you guys use !power rankings in Twitch chat right now, you can check out my latest thoughts on all of our partnered squads and read this week's edition of the Power Rankings. A lot of movement over there, and I want to highlight a couple of teams. And the first team I want to start with is Team Rockstar. If you check out my article, they actually had one of the biggest moves of the season on those rankings, dropping a whopping 3 spots. They were sitting in 5th place. I have dropped them down to 8th, and it just seems like Rockstar has not been able to figure things out. I was buying high on them early on in the season. I was impressed with what I saw from them in qualifiers, but they have yet to be able to deliver consistently on those expectations through the first 4 weeks of the season. So we'll have to see if they can recover, as Strictly is out. Strictly has left the team. They will have a new replacement there. So some growing pains there. We'll see if Rockstar can recover. They've got good veteran talent. Crummy has a ton of experience in the league, has been around competitive for a very long time. So I know he has the ability to adjust, but it hasn't shown up so far this season. So we'll see how things shake out for that squad. And that's why they dropped so heavily on my power rankings. Another team I want to talk about is Team Intel. They're sitting at the top of my power rankings once again, and I've got a graphic here that I want to talk about a little bit, as Team Intel has won the previous 2 open nights. That's the previous 2 Tuesday competitions. They have come out in first place. So we're going to bring this for you full screen, and this is a breakdown of what they've done in those previous 2 Tuesday night competitions. 113 kills overall through 12 total games. Their average placement of 4 is very impressive, and the team typically racks up on average just south of 3,800 damage. They've been absolutely crushing it on Tuesdays. You can also see top 3 in 8 of the 12 games and 5 wins. That is a crazy stat for this team. So that is why that average placement is so high. This team just gets into those late games. They succeed very well, and it's a team effort. You can see all 3 players have at least 33 kills over the last 2 weeks on Tuesday night, so that is great. It is not just one player carrying the squad. All 3 players contribute very, very well to the success of Team Intel. And if you watched Final Circle last Friday, I predicted them to go for the three-peat here tonight. I don't see another squad in the crop of teams that is as strong as Team Intel right now. There really seems to be a significant gap between Intel and the field right now. It's still going to be a tough test here. I think Pringles is starting to level up. Pop-Tarts has been looking very good as well as they continue to climb up the standings. So definitely looking really strong there. But Team Intel just seems to be a cut above the rest at this point in the season. So keep an eye on them tonight. They should certainly be a favorite. One thing to keep an eye on, though, as well, is all of the open squads. 9 of our partnered squads here tonight, 11 teams that are just open entry. Anybody can come and play, as I mentioned earlier. We will be keeping track of the standings of those open squads throughout the seasons. Ashura's was a really strong squad at the first part of the season. We actually didn't see them last week, and do want to give a shout out to one of their players, AJ. I know he was publicly talking about some stuff on Twitter over the last couple of days, dealing with some health issues. I want to give him our very best. Want to see him back healthy and performing. So we wish you the best, my man. Hope you can keep strong, keep moving on strong. We absolutely would love to see you back and healthy and competing. So ton of action here tonight. I'm super excited about it. We've got a couple of awesome names as well on the cast. My good man, Why Not, coming from Halo. He has been really dipping into the Apex scene over the last couple of months. Certainly been enjoying him on the cast, and he will be back tonight along with, obviously, the legend himself, Tom T Squared Taylor there. That is going to be a hell of a duo that you guys are going to enjoy tonight. Production's going to let me know. I believe we're very close to getting over to our first games of the day, and I believe we are ready to go. So let's get it going, folks. It's Cheez-It week. It's open night. We got 6 games ahead of us. Let's get it rolling.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Series E. And look at this smiling face we got next to us. We got Tony over here. Typically, you see him on the Halo end of things. He's been getting big into Apex, and what a great time to get into Apex. We got Series E Season 3 coming around. We got Season 10 coming around, and thanks for joining us at home, wherever you are. Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here right now. Amazing production. Series E, what is it? Season 3 now. All the top brands out there. I have a top legend right next to me. I would rather be nowhere else than right here, right now.
Yeah, not as OP as Seer, unfortunately. Maybe they're gonna have to nerf that guy eventually. We'll see how it is. You know how it is when new legends come out in any game or whatever it is. They want that money. They want you to buy that legend. It's so OP, you got to play it, right? The nerfs are gonna come eventually. But let's take a look at the format for those of you that are new coming into Series E. And we saw you also breaking it down and telling us a great job of what's really going on week to week and how Intel's been playing really well. And it's the official ALGS format that we have here, right? It's your typical 12 points for first place, 1 kill point for each kill that you're getting. And then your max accumulative points actually really matter here. Yes, there is cash up for grabs today. People are trying to get their hands on that $500 total. But really, you want to try to stay in Series E as long as possible so you could get that monthly stipend that's coming your way, $750 a month to be a player inside of Series E and to play on one of these partnered teams, get swagged out as well. And appreciate
Making a partial living via
partial living, yeah, exactly.
And plus, those jerseys are pretty sick. Let me tell you, I'm gonna try to rub some elbows. I want my hands on one of them jerseys. Their cheese is looking nice.
Yeah, just don't rub the Cheez-Its on the Cheez-It jersey because then I'm not sure if those stains come out. We'll see. We'll see if they actually come out. Not confirmed. Not quite sure exactly how that goes. But here's the teams that we have today popping up on your screen, and you're going to see some names that you recognize from previous Series E's as well. And looking at Team Cheez-It, like you were talking about, you have Finicky, Moss, and Silence is Golden. They've been on the come up. Team Applejacks, you have Kupski, Double O Negative, Blueberry, a very solid team. But Team Intel is definitely the team to watch with the way that they've been playing. And this is a Team Intel roster that came through on a completely different roster. Before it was Six and his team coming through, they ended up getting signed by Ghost Gaming. Now this new Team Intel team is looking just as strong, if not stronger, because Team Intel finished in 4th place at the end of Season 2. Season 3, they're looking like a completely new squad. Big fan of Team Pop-Tarts. Love watching Lion play. Z Davis, always a really interesting player as well. Team Pringles, Fury, Phony, Presley. Probably one of the teams that's going to be keeping up with Team Intel throughout all of this. And then all of your open teams are going to be on that right-hand side. Looking to see if one of the collegiate teams got in today. I was talking to them during
I can definitely see Sniper Meta doing some big things run by Blight. And now, some of our sponsor squads, I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of Team Rockstar and Team Pop Tarts. You got two, and it's funny because both of those teams have an actual veteran on their team. So if I have a shot caller, I want somebody who I want a veteran shot caller from me. I feel like you can't get to the nerves of one of our veterans who's been defending our country. Thank you very much for your service. But I'm going with either Pop Tarts or Rockstar just because I've seen them do crazy things the last time we saw the Esports Arena, and I'm seeing them do these crazy things on last week as well, and I want to see them do it again and again and again.
Yeah, Curry was in my stream at like 2 a.m. So he's coming through, getting some rest like I am, coming back, gaming, and getting it going on Team Rockstar. Going to need some Rockstar to keep that energy levels up. But I'm really impressed with some of these, mashup teams that we have. Again, Sniper Meta, MKR. They're going to be looking disgusting. You also have FKP with Fat Fruit Ninja on the team as well, formerly Series E Pro as well. Lethal Villains should be pretty solid. So these partner teams have their work cut out for them today with a lot of pro players making their way in here, whether that's them wanting in for the cash, more practice, get some of, that extra, I guess, team composition underneath their belt, because we're in an interesting spot of the game right now where there's probably a lot of people that are just playing ranked. There's not a lot of scrims going around. There's, the ALGS isn't happening for at least a couple more months now. So really there's not many competitive options and ways to kind of show where you're at right now. And Series E has always been the perfect place to do that. So really happy to see the amount of players and teams that we have on here today and the quality that we actually have today. Tomorrow is our pro day. If you guys are wondering, going to be starting right at that same time, 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's where our 11 partner teams go, our 9 partner teams go against our 11 pro teams. And you will not be able to actually sign up for that unless you're signed by an organization. So good luck with that one as we get game number 1 set up and underway. We're going to be going through 6 games, all going to be on World's Edge. And like you were saying, you're looking for Team Pop-Tarts, you're looking for Team Rockstar right now, Tony. Is there the team right hand?
Not even just about Pop Tarts. It's not even just about Rockstar. Like, it's about all of these squads defending your home turf. You're the sponsor squads. These guys are the new guys. It looks like Series E is back, baby. I'm excited. We're here, season 3, and I am ready for this. Let me tell you, I got my man T Squared right next to me, looking good as always. We're about to get into the action. We're about to get into the action real soon. I can't wait. Actually, just heard a bit of Tom right there. Yeah, I believe game number 1 is actually already underway. So we're gonna be in the action real soon, and it looks like here we are. Game number 1 of 6 games. Obviously, we'll be adding up all the points. You get 12 points for a win, but make sure that you're going after those kills because they're so important. Lots of times you can outplace your placement points just by fragging out and getting those kills. So we're gonna see some high competitive action. And since I believe it's Cheez-It week, I can't see us going on another team besides Team Cheez-It. I want to hop right on board with them and see what they're doing off the start and what kind of composition are they running, because I expect to see a bunch of, here we go, a bunch of Seers on Silence is Golden. Let me tell you, if you have a squad and you're not running a Seer composition, I don't know. There's something wrong. He's way too overpowered right now for you to be denying. And I think now's a good time to start implementing him into your compositions. See how you're going to run with him, because when these tournaments going back to back to back every single week, we're having that open. There's other things going on. You want to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's. Lethal villains already into a battle, checking them out. Cyrano's going in. He ends up getting detected. Gonna detect them right back. Gets the hit marker, and that player is going to get ripped. The Prowler puts in that work.
Pretty easy kill right there when they just walk right into it, as our first fight's happening over towards that Harvester side. Someone from Cheez-It ended up getting dropped. Not quite sure how that ended up happening, but look at that Prowler skin right there. I mean, pay to win or pay to have fun, I don't know, but that thing looks absolutely sick. You need more of that in my life. As we take a look at what Lethal Villains are doing, they're going to be dropping these players pretty easily, as Pop-Tart's getting in a fight over towards the Overlook side, and I believe they're not looking too hot right now. Going to be a couple knocks on each side, as you see Exile trying to make some angles with the Wingman. Does have the Digi threat, so feeling pretty good about that one. Going to have to clamor up and see what's happening to his teammate that's getting thirsted there, trying to fight inside the bubble. Really not nice shots right there onto Crispy Bacon, but it's the Prowler again, Tony, coming back through, as the res is going to happen. No third party coming through. Pop-Tarts is going to win that fight. Lion's going to be the last one to the party. Unfortunately, he didn't run out of ammo right there. Only 2 shots was left in that bolt, as he was running out of ammo, and then he had 1 shot left in the 30-30 before he had to reload. So big time moment there for Team Pop-Tarts, as they could have been the second team eliminated here in Series E. Taking a look at where the zone's going to pull, a couple different options. Geyser is definitely something that would be possible, but that choke right in between, where you start to lead on over towards Lava City in that beacon building, where, well, guess who's there? Team Intel is already going to be setting up, and you can see now all of a sudden the rotation coming in from Team Applejacks as well. They're going to take the 3-story building, which is another common spot. And Tony, there's a couple of endings here. There's going to be endings by this building here. There's going to be endings that are by the blue truck. That's going to be a little bit over towards their north side. There's going to be endings kind of out in the open by the beacon building. And there's going to be a lot of action happening over towards where that respawn is on the eggshell. So a really nice position coming in for Team Intel and from Team Applejacks.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing out of our Octane play here, ripping shots with the G7 Scout. But let's see what Uprising is going into. They have 1 player currently with their blue shields, the other 2 with white. So I would say they're probably not ready for a gunfight just yet, but it's not going to matter, because here it comes. Prowler shots are hitting, whips out the Volt, but even that's not good enough. Our Bangalore player is going to go down. I'm actually surprised to see a Bangalore composition with Bloodhound still being viable as Seer. I think that smoke is kind of being nerfed at the moment, but there's no question that Bangalore's ult puts in that work.
Yeah, and you can see Seer coming through again, just ruining everybody's day, as more Prowler shots are going to be in. And, well, we can expect to see a lot of what's OP, right? Prowler comes back, Seer gets introduced. Why not, right? Especially if you're playing on controller with the Prowler. That thing is just absolutely ridiculous. But one of my favorites to watch is definitely going to be Team Pringles. They're always having positive vibes, always, even when they die to a third party or lose a team fight, smiling afterwards. And this fight looks like it's going to be pretty easy. You can see him going for the stick on the player that's making their way over towards the bottom of that rope. And interesting enough, that's going to be Team Pop-Tarts, who just fought over towards the Overlook side. already losing out on Lion, who won the fight for him, and maybe Lion was trying to keep his teams back into the game there as they were getting the res, and you can see Exiles down as well. It's going to be tough to be for this Seer player, and going to have to get out of dodge here. Unfortunate situation for Team Pop-Tarts, as they're going to be the first on the Tomcat Rat Cam.
I love the way Pop-Tarts plays, but as of right now, they're not looking good. They're giving players down and not going to get revived anytime soon. Our Wraith is gone as well, and there's no chance of getting that banner. As you said, the Rat Camp is full in session, but here comes Team Rockstar. Look, they want to get into a little bit of an engagement here. 2 players currently sitting with purple shields. They already have the ult here for Bloodhound. No Seer composition here, but there's no doubt that Bloodhound's ult can put in work. Even someone as bad of a shot as me can hit when you have a Bloodhound on your team. Looks like they're going to be hunting down that team right here. The ult should be popping off real soon, and it might just be our Gibby player leading things off with the EVA AG7, and Team Intel is going to be the ones putting down the damage, taking it heavy. Seer ends up losing all of his shield and most of his life, backing down the heal, catch a different angle. Gibby ends up going down. That's going to leave Skittle Cakes and Verhelst by themselves.
Yeah, and they're going up against one of our mismatched pro teams here. It's going to be Knock with the initial knock. They do have Madness and Rambo on this team as well. Verhel's trying to get out of here. You can see where the Knock player is underneath, though, and that's just bait. They're basically resetting on the other side right now, waiting to heal up. Then when that happens, they're going to full stun. There's also possible third parties coming through here, so just so much stuff to dodge now. Feels like you were just trapped inside of a box at this point. They're going to back on out of that box. You can see Golden. I mean, can't tell if it's a picture, if this guy has nerves of steel and the way that he plays, and they're able to get Mollis back in this one. Remember, they were down a player earlier, so they'll be able to get back into a priority position, split this building, hold on top of this priority spot is a really big deal for Team Cheez-It, especially considering the circumstances of what armors they have. Big spray, 150 from Mollis right there. Not able to get the knock. Could have been big, but also could have been bait. You don't really know how many players are going to be around the situation, as you do get a little bit of scan and information on what's happening over towards the side. So I have to be careful. So many teams in the vicinity now, as we do have a fairly slow game number 1. Typically we see a lot of 50-50s. We see a lot of teams considering taking a lot of different fights, but this one is a little bit more methodical, especially because it's such a popular zone on where everyone knows this one's going to end, and it's very unforgiving. You can see from this third flying camera, third person mode, of how much area is out in the open of where this zone is going to end. So if you don't have a Gibraltar, if you don't have a house at any given point in time, you're going to be absolutely screwed here. So Finicky recognizing the situation, they're going to just sit back and keep things chill until someone else makes the mistake or ends up just exposing themselves a little bit too much.
I'm really loving the discipline coming out of Cheez-Its right now. They're perfectly comfortable with holding down this building, but I can tell with the 2 gold shields, we have Flatline and R99 enhanced for Finicky. I think if the battle ends up coming to them, they're ready to take it. I mean, they're feeling pretty good at the moment, but they're just going to stay at this building, just going to hold things down. 17 squads remaining at the moment. Anything could happen here, Tom.
We should cycle through and see where some of these other teams are, and maybe see what teams are in the vicinity too that are trying to approach this situation for a potential third party. You can see the thought process right now for Team Pringles. They're trying to make their way through the edge of the circle and then make their way around, which I do like the strategy coming through here. They're not too concerned about it and can play the edge based on the information that they have. Again, having Gibraltar is, pretty important. Again, you don't want to force your way into that zone. If you force your way into that zone, you are going to be treading a lot of open area, and they recognize that. So they're going to, again, just wait for their opportunities, come back to where they know is safe because they were fighting on this type of side before. And it looks like they're not necessarily ratting, but kind of just keeping a low profile so they could catch other teams off guard on the rotation and decide if they want to fight. Now, if you take any fights out here, you're not going to get third-partied, and that's kind of what they're looking for. They're looking to pick on these open teams, see who has the skill to take them in a head-on 3-on-3, and try to pick up those kill points along the way, smooth out the lobby, and also kind of get rid of any threats that could be coming up behind them as they make the rotation.
I love that Pringle squad. They play like veterans. I couldn't stop raving about them the last time I was here casting the Apex event for Esports Arena. They just know exactly what they want to accomplish, and at that point, it's all about executing. They have no problem fighting. Fighting battles early, but I've seen them retreat when things don't go their way, stay alive, and play their life, and always playing the long game while ending with a decent amount of KP. Lethal Villains currently holding down Geyser, as we saw ball before. It's definitely pulling more towards Geyser. I'm liking their position right now. Prowler in hands as a controller player. You know I love this thing. It absolutely shreds shields. But let's see what Team Razor's up to.
Yeah, Mercy Only back here on Team Razor. The original Razor squad that we saw in Series E. First place after Season 1, coming in the top 4 into Season 2. See what they're going to be doing in Season 3. They're all the way over towards the Fragment side, so they are definitely looking to brawl on the outside. All those teams that were set up in Geyser, they're predicting a Geyser zone. I don't think it's going to pull over there. I'm most likely thinking they're all going to be fighting for that choke spot, and whatever team makes it out of there is going to have a decent position, but they're going to have to be battling teams like Team Cheez-It, who are sitting over towards that beacon building. So no shots fired quite yet. Mercy taking their time. No mag on the R301 makes things a little bit more difficult. You aren't able to really one-clip anyone from that type of range unless you were just hitting ridiculous headshots. So they're not trying to give away their position. There it is. Someone crossing out over towards the open, just like we were talking about. Only 52 damage. Again, with that mag, probably able to do maybe 100, a little bit more if that's the case. And Mercy now going to have to relocate. Again, all of the teammates aren't with him quite yet, so you can't really make your play without them. He recognizes that situation, and they're just going to continue to stalk this team.
He should have a jump pad too, so if they want to beat them to the choke point, that might just happen. Looks like Octane wanting to up the tempo here, ends up absolutely ripping the shield of the player, ends up even hitting a little bit of flesh, and he's not done yet. He's got a full send, Peacekeeper in hand, kicking down the door. You know he's feeling good right now, and Gibby just holding things down. There it is, the Peacekeeper coming in, 24, and I believe that's going to be a knock. Gibby ends up going down. He's going to up the tempo once again, gets right into Steer's face. Beautiful plays, and that's going to give him, the Octane player, the kill leader, but the hill is coming in, and it is merciless.
Yeah, just round 2, though, so they should be chilling. And that should definitely be one of our mobile one high-performance moments right there. I mean, Lion making a crucial mistake, and Mercy capitalizing on that. You get over towards that door as Gibraltar. If you take that shield out, you are going to get punished. Nades with the nades, going to get the stick. Is he going to get the finish? Team Rockstar in a very tough spot, hitting batteries inside of the vault area, eating a ton of damage, getting gate kept over towards the side. Team Airstream with only 2 players, putting in some serious work on top of this major Lava City building. And there's that major pull away from lava like we're talking about, more over towards the Geyser side, most likely going to be ending over towards that beacon building. But you have a great opportunity here for a lot of kills if you could just keep these players out of the vicinity. Now, do you want to bait around the corner over towards the rock and let them kind of walk towards you? What's the strategy here? It's going to be a grenade coming in from Kimchi. Does it connect? It does not. They still have Abe's down on the ground. This is I think a 3-team fight over towards this vault. So this is fairly interesting for Rockstar. The only thing that's positive for Rockstar right now is they have Crummy there with the gold armor if they really want to heal. But there's a full set with the bubble. Elstar is putting in work. That's going to be Boxy T getting knocked. Crummy there with the Prowler, trying to fend off 2 players. He does have the Scout in hand, but just a sliver of help. He survives. He armor swaps, but it doesn't matter. He's out of HP. There goes the zone. Everybody goes down. Airstream, if you'd like some free loot, it's right in front of you.
My gosh, beautiful shots coming in from Rockstar, but even that was enough. They're going to be eliminated from the map. 12 squads remaining, and we're on board now with Team Cheez-It. This is their home turf. They're defending right now. They made it to the top 12 squads, but they're in a little bit of a non-advantageous position. Damage is starting to come in the form of Gibby ult. He ends up healing back. Gibby's taking some damage off the screen. It looks like so is our Seer player, Octane, trying to go in for the weak side flank. Can he do it?
And it is pulling away from this beacon building, actually. So all those teams and guys are going to be loving what they're seeing. Now you're going to have a big fight for Team Cheez-It out here to try to protect this spot and then own a lot of this real estate. We know that there was at least 2 or 3 really skilled teams on the side. You can see the player outlines over towards the left. You can see the drone scans coming through. This team definitely wants to fight this thing out. Zone is going to be moving. Both teams are going to still be in the zone. But will a third party come and ruin this? And which team is this actually over towards the side? Big grenade forces them outside. I'd love to see them even consider taking the roof here, but there goes a defensive bombardment. That's going to be from Finicky. Finicky's going to also counter this one with the bubble. Now the other team's going to make their way over towards the door. Counter bubble comes through, and this is the fight we've been waiting for. This team's going to have a huge advantage if they're able to make their way out towards the backhand side. It's going to be Team Applejacks going down. Kupski first, 00- second. Team Cheez-It just making them quick work of them. I mean, they only took about 100 damage throughout that entire fight. That is not a good sign for Team Applejack. Something was missing throughout all of that. They had the second bubble. If the second bubble goes down, everyone should just be sitting in that bubble and taking that fight head on. Instead, they kind of scattered like a bunch of tomcat rats, and then they got exterminated.
Let me tell you, that was some beautiful plays coming out of Finnick. He was able to get that R99 shots in on the initial damage on the opposing Gibby player. That opened things up. And I feel like once he mentioned, hey, that player's cracked, I just ripped him, I took no damage, that's when they decided to up the tempo. The collapse was beautiful, and we're starting to see the beginning of another collapse coming from MKR at the moment. Ray chucking some nades, trying to get the information via the hit markers, also get some cheeky damage, and it might actually be against Cheez-It. So Cheez-It's doing a great job of slaying out, taking minimal damage, but they might be in a bad situation here as they're holding low ground, and the team is gonna drop right on them. Bubble comes in, so does Seer. Gibby gonna lose all of his life, most of his shields. There he goes, he's gonna go down. Seer and Octane left, Octane taking some damage, has the thermite Prowler going in, and it's not gonna be enough. Cheez-It go down. MKR with a beautiful collapse. 10 squads remain.
Well, you have Rambo on the team, who's one of the more solid controller players that we have. We have Noct as well, who's one of the more solid controller players. Then you have Madness, who's one of the more skilled in-game leaders and mouse and keyboard players here. And you could see in these type of skirmishes, really Team Cheez-It didn't stand a chance. The bubble came out because it was a little bit surprising. Finnicky didn't seem like he was ready to fight in that type of instance. And that's just what happens when a team is ready to take a fight like that. And again, one of our really skilled pro teams coming in as an open team today in Series Z, going to just be putting a damper on the plans for some of our partners teams. First team on that list is going to be Team Cheez-It. Now they're going to be owning all of that real estate where the beacon building is. They're going to be able to come over through the choke and then force all of this action down towards the bottom of the geyser. Owning this right-hand side too, where the pills are, is going to be pretty big. You can see where Lightstar Joe is. You can see where Team Pringles are. And this, if it does pull to the very backhand side, a lot of teams can coexist actually in or around that building too. So Geyser has a lot of real estate for teams to play.
This game was moving quite slow in the beginning, but now that we're closing in on round number 4, that circle is getting smaller and smaller. We have about 4 squads in the general vicinity, all trying to peek in damage, just trying to get as much information as possible. We're going to go down to about 4 or 5 squads very quickly here. Tom, as Octane going to get absolutely shredded, forced to back down, catch a different angle, and play the shield battery.
This is what happens in these instances where you have to... And Lightstar Joe actually is not a picture. I saw some sort of blinker facial. Yep, there it is. He's moving. Oh, there it is. Thank you for confirming. I was concerned for a second. I thought he had the most gargoyle stance of all gamers. Just stone-faced, not moving, like he was, just just ready to take out anybody like the Terminator over here. As they do have one of the, strong positions inside this building. They will have to rotate eventually. And why do they have to rotate? Because that team is on that right-hand side. That is the main focus right now. Another team over towards that left-hand side. So we'll see how they want to approach the situation. It's going to have to be a big Gibby bubble, maybe some big initial damage to back a team off as you make your way forward. But you were really hoping, if you are Team RKT, that it would pull back here over towards this building. This is one of the more common endings that you have in Geyser. But now they have a little bit of work cut out for them as they have to make their way over towards that north-hand side. Maybe over towards a team like Team Intel, who's on the outside looking in, also not inside the zone. Prowler EVA 8 here for Woolhurst. They've had an interesting rotation. Again, they were one of the teams that were playing over towards that beacon side, maybe over towards that Lava City. There's the Horizon ult. There's the bubble as well. Dupe taking a decent amount of damage. They do have a battery in hand if they want to go and use that, but Dupe ate at least around 180 throughout all of that. Armor swap in front of him if he wants it. There is a red box that does typically contain that red armor that you're looking for. So things looking good for Team Intel, our #1 team right now here in Series E. Who is in the positions in the buildings, though? We do have Rice Krispie Treats trying to make their way in. We saw Team Intel as well, but some of these teams are living pretty inside the buildings.
And we saw our Gibby player cheeking out some damage with the Sentinel, able to grab himself some purple shield. And here comes the collapse. It looks like they can't wait any longer as the Prowler shot's gonna rip, and so does the Eva. Rice Crisp retreats, putting down the damage. It looks like they're not able to finish that team just yet. They're getting out of dodge here, and you don't have a bubble fight. We might have one right here, down to 9 squads, and players are getting knocked. Make that 8, because that's gonna be the final player. Rice Crisp retreats, putting them down, but they're not done yet. They have a third-party situation, losing the Seer. Eva shots are hitting, whips out the wingman. The shots are starting to ring out, and they're out of control.
Out of control was definitely the right word for that, because there was no control in those wingman shots at all. They were going everywhere. The EVA shots looked good, but once that wingman came out, I really got to worry for people that have any type of seizure warnings, because that screen was all over the place. All right, that was not your typical shots that you see here from our Series E pros, but what a job from Sniper Meta, getting inside of one of the best possible buildings that you can. Gold backpack coming in here. That is not easy to do, to predict this zone. A lot of different options throughout all of this. And, you know, Pringles, you got to give them credit too, because while they weren't able to get inside of a building, they still maneuvered on the outside. Now they're looking to take down Team RCO, and they do it extremely quickly. Presley does take a decent amount of damage. Phony's there to cover as well. There goes the medkit coming through. Fury going to have to lay down some damage with the R301 while the rest of the team does go up and heal. So very impressive plays coming in overall from Team Pringles, working with not the best situation, but still making a decent amount out of that as they move into the top 3 now. We can see where the rest of these players are located. One team directly behind where Team Pringles is, and another team posturing over towards the side. And that annoying little Valkyrie missile barrage coming through, trying to stop Team Pringles from advancing any further. Now the zone is going to close. Pringles is the focus between all the teams. We'll see if they're going to be able to get out of this.
Only 3 squads remaining at the moment. I talked about it before. Pringles was easily my favorite team the last time I was casting it, but it looks to be in a non-advantageous position once again as the Gibby comes in, taking down all of Fury's shields, but he's still feeling confident, popping off the Peacekeeper from across the map and still putting damage, but that player does have red shields. We're going to find out what's going to happen here. We're going to be down to 1 team very soon, and luckily his teammate going to be sharing that battery, but the Seer tag going in and interrupting it.
There goes the heal, though, getting that one off. There's Sniper Meta. They've been holding this down for quite some time now, making their way on over towards the roof. This zone does close fairly slow, so it's definitely opportunity for Pringles to get back into this one and get the res onto Phony. That's big. They don't have the gold backpack, though, so Phony's going to have to full heal. And look at this job of just playing around the outside of the building as one team is playing on the roof, one team is playing inside. Team Pringles has been doing this all game, and the bubble is going to be back up, but there it is, interrupting. Again, one more heal coming in for Fury. He's out of batteries, only sells. One team, again, still inside the building, waiting, playing Caustic. Another team on the roof. Such a tough spot for Team Pringles to be in, but they're staying alive as long as possible. They even get a knock right there onto Protectful, who overextended throughout all of that onto the roof. Now they're going to full send bubble onto the opposite side of the zone where it's going to end. BDP now eating a lot of damage as well. Bursty going to come through. Last person alive on his team, trying to go for the 1v1, and they're not going to take it. Sniper Meta actually takes the dub. Team Pringles staying alive as long as possible there, Tony. But it's the team on the roof, the team that was playing inside the buildings for that entire time, that's going to take the dub. What an interesting game number 1.
It was definitely interesting. I mean, we saw Team Pringles, turn lemons and absolutely make lemonade out of it. They were in bad situations over and over again, still fought their way into the top 3. Big ups to them, but it wasn't enough. Sniper Meta defining the meta here in game number 1 and putting down some big placement points and even getting some KP along with it. I'm excited to see what the scoreboard is going to look like.
Yeah, we have some really talented open teams in here trying to contest our partner teams. Maybe they're trying to get into Series E as well. We'll see. We're going to get game 2 underway here very shortly. Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If I could create the finicky Cheez-It, it would have to be a chili lime Cheez-It, because there is nothing like a little sweet and savory on my way to either go play Apex or on a long trip, and I need some sort of snack. If you're ever looking for a snack while gaming, you're going to want to check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your cheesy needs. My name is Finicky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-Its, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance episode. Go for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 all set there, and Sniper Meta grabbing a win to start the day. They made some noise last Tuesday, looked really strong there, and a couple of names that we know on that squad. Blight and Rolders, very familiar to Series E, and good to see them getting a win here to start the day. Meanwhile, some other familiar names on another one of those teams, MKR. I'm Madness, Noct, and Rambo. That is a very interesting squad I'm going to have my eye on here tonight, but let's talk about the boys over at Sniper Meta. They grabbed that win. Let's check out our player of the game for our first game of the day here, and it's going to go to Blight. 4 kills, 2 assists, and just shy of 1,500 damage there. Great game from Sniper Meta. This is a very talented squad, and definitely, we talked about Oshras at the start of the season, a very good-looking squad that seemed to be on the rise. This is another squad you should definitely keep an eye on every single open night that they show up to. These are very talented players. They have a ton of experience. We'll have to see what kind of noise they can make here tonight. We saw their debut a week ago. Now we'll have to see if they can build on that throughout the rest of tonight. Still plenty more games to play, as that's just 1 of 6 here, but Blight and the squad looking strong in their opening in Cheez-It week. Hope you guys are enjoying all of that. Do want to remind you guys, we're doing a giveaway this week. As always, we've got an awesome Cheez-It prize pack along with a Razer Huntsman Elite keyboard. And if you want to win that, just use !giveaway in Twitch chat. It'll give you all the information that you need to get entered for the giveaway. I'll remind you once again later tonight and then during tomorrow's Pro Night broadcast, but make sure to get in there as soon as possible. Get entered in that giveaway. You can win yourself some awesome Cheez-Its like I'm going to probably be eating here later in the studio. So get in on that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Series E Open Night continues.
If I could create the golden Cheez-It, it would be a loaded baked potato flavored Cheez-It. I think the loaded baked potato Cheez-It would be good because who doesn't like loaded baked potatoes? And you don't have to go make a whole meal. It's just a handful away. If you're looking to snack like me while gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for the Cheez-It products you need. My name is Golden and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It. And you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series E. We just wrapped up game number 1, going into game number 2, and it's not that surprising, Tony. I think there's a lot of Sears in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the information that Sear gives is absolutely incredible. Not only is it pinging exactly where they are, but it's letting you know their shields, their health, and even when you're trying to push and up the tempo as a team is backing down to heal, it interrupts those heals. I promise you, I don't pick up any Phoenix kits because I know I'll be like 8.5 seconds into a Phoenix, a Sear tag hits me, and I'm done for.
It shows you how many hours of sleep you got the night before, what you ate for breakfast, what you plan on eating for breakfast tomorrow as well, too. So you're giving out a lot of information overall. He even has your social security number, too, like as soon as he scans you. So it's absolutely kind of crazy. So we need to get a nerf on that. Maybe you shouldn't get that much information overall. But either way, it's still a lot of fun to watch. And it was a lot of fun to watch this geyser ending that we had in terms of what was going on in Team Pringles' mind. They didn't have a lot of good situations, but they fought their way through. And then we saw teams that put themselves in great situations and still held teams off throughout the entire time. One of them was Sniper Meta, one of our open teams coming through here and doing a great job. Again, that circle was not easy to predict. A lot of teams, especially our top teams, were predicting it to go over towards more the Lava City side, over towards the choke, over towards the beacon building. It did not. It forced its way over towards Geyser, BDP, Sniper Meta. They were ready for it.
That there were we also seeing Team Pringles rounding out the top 3. But if you notice, I mean, from 4 to 2, there's only a couple points between them and even below. So anything can happen here. That was only game number 1. We have 5 more games and a lot more incredible Apex ahead of us. But yeah, give it up to Sniper Meta. Obviously, they made it out. They slayed that second place team, putting them in the dirt, securing first. But I told you before, I'm keeping my eyes out on Team Pringles and also Team Rockstar in 5. I have a feeling they're going to creep their way back up into the top 3 after game 2.
And definitely don't count out Team Intel. Let's take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment of the game and find out who actually gets that honor. There was a couple of them. One of them stood out to me was this fight over here, which was super interesting. Crummy ends up winning this fight overall. It's like, oh man, I'm weak. I need to get an armor. Wait. It's not about my armor. I actually have no health from the fact that we've been fighting this for so long. And we're talking about the gold armor and how it's going to be great for just one syringe being able to heal throughout all this. But look at the full send. Kimchi comes through, does a lot of damage. Crummy gets the initial knock here. And you just pay attention, tick, 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 down over towards that bottom-hand side. He eats a big shotgun shot right there, gets the finish, and doesn't even have time, no matter what. Even if he popped out a syringe, yeah, that little second right there cost him, but it didn't really matter. There was nothing he could have done throughout that entire situation. For some reason, this Gibby just walks right through the arc star, right? It was like that Gibby was made of Swiss cheese. When I look at that arc star, it seemed to be lined up. It seemed to be in the right spot. Unfortunately for Kimchi, it just didn't land. Crummy does get the kill points overall, but really for Team Rockstar, you're hoping that you're going to make it out of there with Crummy hitting that syringe because you have a team of 2 that's gatekeeping you around the corner. And after you take down a team of 3, I'm pretty confident that they're going to take this other team down too.
I agree with Zally. It was not enough either way. It was amazing to watch. And you know, it's funny how we're seeing, you know, this might just be a gold shield meta. Before, I used to always see people prioritizing that purple. Hey, you can get yourself to red, especially if you have a decent shot. I don't, so I use the charge rifle to cheat my way into red. But we're starting to see a gold shield meta because Seer's tack is so powerful. And if you're in the middle of that battery, if you're in the middle of that Phoenix and it stops you midway, a good Seer composition team is just going to rush you. That Octane pad is coming in and they're going to put you down. So I think we're starting to see with the emergence of Seer, somehow that affected the gold shield being even better than it already was.
It definitely is, yeah. And you're going to see the players that kind of go in and entry frag be using that gold armor because you can go take some damage, back off, hit the cells, etc. But that's a good point. I mean, getting the gold armor itself is always really difficult. So we'll see who actually gets lucky and is able to find that, throughout all of that. As we get ready for game number 2, you can see not many 50-50s were happening in game number 1. Not really anticipating that much in game number 2. As we look at probably Harvester as one spot that was getting contested early on. We saw Overlook with Team Pop-Tarts that was being fought for in the previous game. Maybe those two POIs still have some action overall. It was a very interesting and slow game number 1 that really started to pick up in that mid game once that circle pulled.
I'm happy we're getting Sniper Meta on screen right now because I want to see what their starting strat is. We're seeing Octane go immediately for that center. Once the gate gets open, you're guaranteed at least one perp with even a few blue shields as well. I'm loving it, but they're going to take some heavy damage here at Countdown. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some teams rotating in. Countdown is extremely popular, and I always are getting into third-party situations. So now we're showing into Pop-Tart. Speaking of third party, they're in the first party already. We're 20 seconds into the game, and they're already in a gunfight.
Yeah, this is that 50-50 on that Overlook side where Lion won the fight previously, but now they're full setting. Massive in hand. Proficiency with the tracking right there. Proficiency for sure, as they're going to drop another one. Now we're in a one-on-one situation here. Who is the last player on this team? It's going to take him out. It is Crispy Bacon coming through for FKP. He also is going to be able to hit the bubble res. No third party is going to come in this early. As we take a look at another 50-50 that's happening over towards the back. We got our boy Tangy on Nestle Splash coming through on the Gibraltar. Interesting enough, I'm Just Gibby is playing Seer, so that's when you know that character's strong, when you have Gibby in your name and you're playing somebody else.
The Elzar coming in, which also got a buff as well, even hitting the, oh my gosh, the hipfire damage coming in, but that's not going to be enough. Airstream going to put them down. They're going to have to obviously grab that banner and revive their Seer, but either way, beautiful slay by Airstream, and we're not done. Uprising also into a battle, but they're losing their Bangalore player. Luckily, the Hemlock shots are hitting, and they're putting in damage. Here comes the Volt, and even going in for the Heirloom, a triple melee. That player is going to go down. Bot Squad, obviously not bots, clearly they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to have an heirloom that you could actually throw. You know, I would really like that. And maybe it doesn't have to do damage or whatever it is, but you know, how cool would it be if you're Octane and you just got done getting the kill and then you can maybe like throw your dagger into their death box and like just leave it there and just walk away. I don't know, just throwing out ideas. I definitely want to see some sort of heirloom get thrown. You know, I don't know. I don't even like Valorant that much, but I'm just thinking like Jet with her knives, something like that would be kind of cool. Or imagine the Bloodhound Tomahawk just flying at you, how kind of scary that would be. And take a look at the zone. Going to be a skyhook zone. RCO, not even giving us time to talk about that. We're talking about a slow game number 1. Well, game number 2 is definitely not that, as we have a fight happening over towards that tree side. Going to have to be a Phoenix kit coming in from Bam Click, Holiday, and Nando. Trying to put down some cover too, but Arc is on top of that with the Arcs, with the L-Star like you're talking about. Got a little bit of a buff. No one knows why. R99 as well coming through onto Nando. And now Bot Squad is trying to finish this one off in the back of tree, making RCO kind of look silly. I mean, that was very nicely done. RCO thought they had the upper advantage. They take the roof, but all of a sudden, unfortunately, Bam Click took so much damage. And once you get one player down, in this type of scenario in Series E, you are going to get capitalized on. Great job by Bot Squad.
That was a textbook Octane flank coming out of Box Squad right there. I'm so impressed. That reminds me of a play of like Hal would make, which is we just say, hey, I always hear him in the chat, just hold me real quick, and he'll just go in for the stim, go in for the flank while his teammates are making as much noise as possible. That was a beautiful play coming in from Box Squad, but it looks like we're hopping in of the men of the hour. Cheez-It is on screen, and they have an Octane player as well.
And you can see Mollis is not messing around. He has his Series E jersey on. I don't think he's probably been wearing it all week just in preparation for today. I've been wearing the same shirt for 3 days in a row, so I totally feel where he's coming from. Mollis, if you got this, if you got an extra Cheez-It jersey, throw it to our boy Tony over here. This guy, what size are you, Tony? Let's just get it out there. You most likely are XL like me.
Well, I'm much bigger. I'm not gonna lie to you. Normally I wear 2X, but you know what? With the jersey, 2X? They come in a little small, so I'm gonna need a 3X. I want to be nice and cozy and have my maneuvering around. I'm an Octane man. I wanna move a little bit.
Okay, all right. We'll get the 3X your way for sure, and we'll have to make sure we'll get a moment where you have your selfie in your Cheez-It jersey. I'll pop on my Pringles jersey over here, and we'll duel it out and see exactly who's going to win that week for what jerseys we have.
I thought you were talking about me and you, because my charge rifle be hitting. I'm on controller. My charge rifle be hitting. If it's me and you, I'm putting the damage from across the map, which I'm sure Razor's about to do as well, because the Seer ult is ready, and players are jump padding across the way. There it is. R99 shots hitting. That player is going to be melted, even hitting flesh with the R99 from mid-range.
Yeah, and this sound is going to pull over here too, so it's interesting to see how some teams prioritize getting inside of a building, some teams don't, but the teams that land over here are going to be the most experienced teams, and Team Razor is one of those teams. Madness and his team are as well, and you really don't know who you're going up against, and that's what's the scary part right now for Team Razor. You have a feeling, you're like, I know Madness and his team typically land over here. Is this them? Do you want to take that fight so early on with just 15 squads left? I mean, you're only getting one placement point. If that's the case, you really hope to catch that type of team on a third party. Yeah, you want to take it directly towards them, but you have to still have respect for them. And you still have to be like, mathematically, is this the right decision? Typically, it's not. So Razor is going to kind of chill, wait for any opportunities that may come in front of them. So you see constantly just tossing things out, trying to get information with Seer. That's what Hakulo's thinking. Once they get information or once someone makes a mistake, that's when they're going to try to pounce on that one. But for now, a lot of teams just going to work to try to even get in the position that Razor has found themselves in as they try to make their way into Skyhook.
I know we've been talking about Seer a lot, but I think this is worth mentioning, because I thought Seer was gonna take a lot more skill than, say, like a Bloodhound scan, because I mean, it has a wide range to it, but you have to have the knowledge of where a player is in order to hit it. But with that, when you combine it with the heartbeat gives you all the information you need to launch an effective attack. It's almost the combination of its passive and its tactical is really strong, and we're starting to see this with our Seer main. You notice that every Seer player, it randomly ADSs whether they have a gun out or not, because they want to get that information from the heartbeat. It looks like Octane wants to get his life back because he is going to go down. We're seeing the Gimme revive come through, but I'm pretty sure Rockstar is going to end up getting pushed. Luckily, the bombardment is putting down damage.
And I like how Abe's reses Crummy, and he's like, yo, peace out, bro. I already did my job, Crummy. You are on your own at this point. And Crummy actually gets knocked again. Not that surprising. I was expecting Abe's to maybe put down a little bit more cover fire. He already put the defensive bombardment down, but look at the yeet bubble coming through. This team is playing this very well. This is going to be Team Cheez-It coming through. There's the knock, though, coming in on both sides, and now it's up to Golden. Golden is one of our strong skirmishes here, so going to be taking out Abe's, Crummy, and Kimchi. Nice job by Team Cheez-It. I mean, scary moment, just in case a third party does come through. And it looks like Applejacks is possibly interested in doing that. Yes, losing 2 players in that instance where you already had 1 knock is not ideal, but they actually use a portal and then accidentally go through the portal of their own. So they're going to be a little slow on this rotation, and Applejacks hasn't had the cleanest fights so far today. So they have to make sure that they are playing this the correct way. And again, where is the help? Kubski's already advanced, but these 2 players are like, oh, we're fighting? Yeah, I guess we are.
Applejacks and Cheez-It going at each other, trying to find out who are the kings of Kellogg's. And you didn't notice that Octane player did get ripped immediately, forced to back down. And we're seeing a side-by-side action. Octane going to lose all of his health. And it looks like Cheez-It, they want no part of this fight. They're trying to get out of dodge, while Sniper Meta might be coming in for the third party here soon.
Yeah, that's the fourth party coming through. And I think this is smart by all players to disengage. That is going to be fifth, sixth parties flying through over and over again. And Sniper Meta likes the position that they have. Again, remember, they were the team that picked one of the ending spots in that geyser zone, which is not easy to do. Taking a look at what Team Intel is doing, they are getting crazy over here on the outside of Thermal Station. Already getting some knocks, already getting some finishes. That's going to be TikTok getting knocked as well. One more player left on this team. Still in zone number 1. That should be all she wrote for this last player as well. So really nice job by Team Intel, again, playing the edge, picking up some kills, and then they're going to make their way over towards Skyhook, which is just a really far away. I mean, they have skill cakes here, Tony, so I'm thinking Valkyrie all out of here after they hunt this kill down. But at that point, I mean, going all the way over towards that side of the map, you don't want to risk taking a lot of storm damage. So they're just playing it safe, say, hey, that 1 point isn't really going to matter. We'll get that back later. Heck, they can even get the res if they wanted. Let's go position ourselves. Let's go look for the next fight.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised to see a team not running an Octane right now, but I do love the addition of adding Valkyrie to a composition. Valkyrie just seems like such a versatile character for me. Her Q, putting in the stuns, putting in that damage, and also that ult, being able to get out of dodge. But here's a team with an Octane. Octane, Seer, Gibby. That's going to be the new composition that we're seeing until there's some kind of nerf that goes in. Flatline and Mastiff in hand, and the shots are starting to ring out, putting all the damage in on that purple shield player. But I wonder if Lethal Villains know the entire team they were putting damage on has purple. They must have gotten that information, and they're going to back down and say, hey, you know what? That's not a fight that we want to take. And Razor trying to get out of dodge, but they're in a bad situation as well.
Nice shots, though, from Mercy. Madness is going to go down. That was the initial player that took a lot of damage. Look at the nice maneuvering throughout the bubble. And also, possible Phoenix kit being hit by Hackula. If he's able to hit that, that's going to be huge with just a sliver of HP. Going to like to go with the cell. Just like you were talking about, the gold shield value is phenomenal throughout all of this. Going to try to get some more information there. And also try to get Zeratricky back into this game. And maybe a trade-off. We'll see if Madness gets back in this one. You can see the res going right there onto Mercy as well. Information now coming out for Hakulo is Zeratricky is going to go with possible Phoenix kit, and it is bubble Phoenix kit instead, just to secure that extra quick healing throughout all of this. But what a crazy fight and crazy turn of events. They actually got knocked down as well, so I don't think that Madness was able to get back in this game.
12 squads remaining at the moment, and Razor trying to stay alive here, as we're seeing in the picture. We're seeing what it looks like about 4 or 5 squads here, just all over Countdown at the moment. Only one can survive eventually, because that zone is going to start pulling hard. We're going into round number 3.
And there it is, pulling off of Countdown, or pulling off of Skyhook more over towards Countdown. Razor used to this scenario, understanding that they're going to have to make their way over towards the southwest side, which always is a little bit difficult if a team is playing over towards the high ground. But Sumo with the Kraber lurking behind all of them.
Kraber in hands right now, looking for a head to click on, gonna fire, but nobody home on that one. Luckily, he still has 11 shots remaining, so he can really put in some damage here. And he wants to he actually wants to gatekeep this tunnel with that Kraber. I'm liking the strategy here. Hopefully, if he can put down the early damage in and then collapse on that team, I'm liking it. But it looks like, once again, nobody home, so he's gonna rotate out and go towards the other end of this tunnel here.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be Kraber on both sides throughout all of this. Team Applejacks, remember, they avoided a third party, came back and played it safe to own this real estate over towards the Countdown side. Stinky gas coming through over towards the door. Not too much damage, though. Feeling pretty good still about the situation that they're going to be in. And right now, one of the tougher rotations would have to be Team Razor. Realistically, I mean, you don't really know what's around you. You're going to have to continue to lean on that Seer for information. And you can see, just like you were talking about, that ADS constantly coming through for these Seer players, just looking for any type of information they can get.
And it's funny, we have a Caustic in the lobby right now. As the circle gets smaller and smaller, Caustic's value goes up and up. And it just keeps getting better. I would say he's probably not built for the early game, but when it comes to late game, you definitely like having a Caustic on your team. But I guess these teams don't find enough value with it going into the early game because a lot of them are not going to run Caustic in their compositions. You're going to see Octanes, formerly Bloodhound, now Sears, then combine them with Gibby because Gibby still gives you a ton of value. He's so versatile. He can hold down and defend. You can launch that ultimate to begin of attack. So the amount of value you get out of a Gibby player is absolutely incredible. Still 12 squads remaining, and we're going into round number 4.
And it's about how you win, right? That's what Sumo's thinking. He's like, how am I going to win? I'm going for the nasty Kraber shot, Halo style, up close and personal, quick scope. Even though this thing barely quick scopes, it feels like it takes a year to actually zoom in, especially when you're on controller. I don't know, something about me is, these M&K players, they never want to give me the Kraber. They don't know about me, man. That sniper rocket combo from back in the day, all right? As we see what Team Razor's doing again. This is a tough rotation here, Tony. I mean, you're predicting Skyhook. A lot of teams predicted Countdown, but now that it does move, it's very similar to round number 1 where it was over towards that Geyser side, and it makes these positions fairly unforgiving.
And it looks like our Seer player going to be hiding this ult right here, so it's probably not going to get shot out. He has all the information that they need, but Razor still not in an optimal position. I'm still not liking it. Luckily, they can slay out. Obviously, they hit their shot, so if push comes to shove, maybe they could fight their way out of the low ground, but I'm still not liking it. Lethal Villains, they're sitting back right now, still with the Kraber in hand, and Razor getting into another engagement. Shots are starting to ring out. Gibby off the screen, going to be losing all of his shields, switching over to Octane, who has the Volt and red shield right now. Can Razor win this fight? There's already a player down. I think they need to collapse.
Yeah, and that's what Razor does. They know when to collapse at the right times. They know even if they need to push through grenades, gas, etc., etc. We saw Mercy do that in game number 1 so well. But look who they're dealing with on that high ground. Sniper Meta, winners of game number 1, sitting with 20 points in first place on our Mobile 1 leaderboard. Trying to find some more kills, some more points. And oh no, fish in a barrel there. I believe that still is Team Razor down there. One grenade is all it's really going to take. Unfortunately, that grenade isn't exactly what they were hoping for. As we take a look at that Rampage gun as well. There's the grenades. There's also Clinical coming through on that Seer, trying to just get as much information as possible. I am so surprised that Team Razor's still alive.
I am as well, because they put themselves in a terrible situation right below one team. Another team coming in for the third party in Rice Krispie Treats, but they were not able to capitalize. It looks like they aren't going to make the same mistake twice. They want to push up. That player was overextended by himself, but once again, I believe that was an Applejacks player getting away with his life.
Yeah, Applejacks, to me, has the skill, seems to be a little bit uncoordinated. Kubsky, again, is a little bit ahead of his teammates almost every single time, as a typical Wraith player is, but they're going to have to kind of bring him back, or they're going to have to at least try to play aggressive with him. As we see a flying Gibraltar towards the bottom of the map, that's going to be Team Intel playing the low ground, and this is, you know, a decent spot, but a lot of times you're going to need Octane to get out of this. You can't really rely on the Valkyrie, and yeah, I mean, that's just, again, another really tough spot to be in on your rotation. Anytime you're on this low ground, you're going to be dealing with some serious issues from all these teams up top. And then you're not expecting another team to be down low either. That's going to be Team Pringles, who's been playing this spot for quite some time.
Team Pringles always find themselves into the single digits when it comes to placement. We only have 7 squads remaining at the moment. I'm not liking the position that they're in right now, but I've said it before where I didn't like their position, and somehow they get out of it, they slay out, they know exactly what they want to accomplish as a team, and now it's all about execution. L-Star in hands. We talked about that before. That the gun obviously received the buff, but also received a bit of a nerf. You're not able to hip fire as well as you could before, but it's still, either way, it puts down damage. Cheez-It taking some early damage right now. Octane having to Phoenix up just to get all of his shields and his health.
Nice res there coming in from Finicky. Scout Prowler, really solid combination throughout all this. Longbow with the 6X. A little difficult to use in these type of scenarios. Keep in mind, that's where we saw Team Razor that was stuck down there, and Rice Krispie Treats wasn't able to capitalize on that. But the interesting spot here is the Horizon. And when we're talking about late game nuisances, Caustic obviously very annoying. Gibraltar can be annoying with his defensive bombardment. There's the bubble res coming through. Where is the offense, though? There's one shot coming through, not going to be able to connect on the others. And it's so surprising to see a team get away with that in the late game. That just goes to show you, I believe Team Razor is still down there, how well they're doing with just little resources to work with. And again, they're just running around surviving in unsurvivable situations.
I think they got lucky on that one because he did 54 damage with that longbow. If that was a Kraber, that easily would have been about 111. But either way, Cheez-It having an entire team in front of them and they don't care, putting down the shots, but they're going to be losing their Octane and Gibby losing most of his shields and all of his health. This is not looking good for our Gibby players. Forced to back down and shield. Luckily, his teammates is dropping in with the intel, but it's not going to matter much. They're getting ulted. This is not looking good here for Cheez-It's, our home team for Cheez-It's week.
And is there time to hit the res? He's going to go for it. Zone closing in. It's not a gold backpack res, so he's going to have to heal up throughout all that. There's Applejacks going down. The push coming in from the other side. I believe Rice Krispie Treats making their flank around the corner. Kubsky now the last player alive. Going to have to queue out, and that's not what you want to see. Queuing out into basically no man's land. He's going to be eliminated fairly shortly throughout all this. Team Cheez-It still trying to focus this team. That's been gatekeeping over towards the side the entire time. Nice spray from Finicky. He's doing a great job with the shields that he's been handed. He's going to drop Blight as well, and what a bait and switch coming in from Finicky. He's laying down as much damage as he possibly can, taking as much damage as he possibly can without getting knocked through all that. You don't want to lose your Gibraltar. You're going to need that bubble to reset here and get all this loot if you're going to end up getting sent on. So great job by Finicky. Again, they were down a player. They get the res around the corner. They were getting gate kept throughout that entire time, and they are going to be the team that makes it out alive. And they're going to fight for this final circle here. It looks like 3 full teams and then 1 rat that could be Kubsky surviving throughout all this.
I guess you can never count out the home team because Cheez-It's making plays on that one. Our Gibby player already having 4 kills, but we're gonna hop into the Rad Cam. We have our rate somehow still alive and in a good situation for ratting right now. No, I don't think anybody has the information, but you know, in a meta that involves Seer, he's probably gonna get called out really soon. Here's RKT getting into some damage and losing the Horizon player. The Prowler's gonna come out. Can he stay alive?
Nice spray coming in from Clinical, and they're going to get the finish right there on the Fat Fruit Ninja, Crispy Bacon, and Proficiency, who actually dropped Team Pop-Tarts earlier over towards that overlooked side. And now comes the aggression coming in from Cheez-It. They're not letting this reset happen. Nice spray coming in and nice shotgun shots there with the EVA 8. Finicky, excuse me, has been the MVP for his team so far, possibly for the entire game if they can get this dub.
And Kubsky trying to get away with his life, but he ends up queuing out, but it looks like he's going to get hunted down, and we're down to 2 squads, 3v3, the kill leader going to Finicky, but can he add 3 more to drop down his in, and that's gonna be it. Cheez-It gonna be taking game number 2, and we're seeing them on cams. We're seeing them on cams right now, just ice cold, nothing but ice running through the veins.
Hold on, I want to get a recap of that Finicky moment where he's like, and the smile just got bigger and bigger and bigger as he realized, wait a second, I did really good that game. Remember when we shouldn't have won that game like 5 different times? Well, we got the dub. So congratulations to Team Cheez-It during their week, pulling out game number 2. We're going to take a quick break, get into game number 3, and keep Series E rolling.
Hey, what's up? I'm Wallace, and this season, Cheez-It has it in the bag.
So Cheez are just licking their lips here as a result of taking a lot of damage. He's been cracked. No one's gonna knock onto him, but now it looks like G2 are just gonna go ahead and full commit onto Cheez-It here, getting punished midair. G2 knocked out. Cheez-It now in the.
If you ever need some new gear or snacks while gaming, go to walmart.com/esportsarena for everything you need. My name is Malos, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all the top ultra flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Welcome back into Studio Red, coming to you live from Esports Arena HQ in sunny Irvine, California. My name is always Yeso, and 2 games done, and Team Cheez-It coming out with a big victory. It is Cheez-It week here on Series E, and you got a good look there at Finicky and Mollis after that victory. So big win from them, and this is a squad, I said at the top of the show, they are on the rise. It's been a bit of a slow progression, but they are really starting to look better and better every single week, trying to climb up those partnered standings. So good win from them. We'll have to see if they can carry it into game number 3, but let's check out our player of the game for that last one. It's going to go over to Golden. 5 kills, 4 assists, and just short of 2,000 damage. That's a big game. So that is at the very least a 21-point performance there for this Cheez-It squad. So they're going to be sitting in a very good spot going into game number 3. I'm very curious to see how things shake out on our mobile one leaderboard. We'll check that out when we go back to Tony and Tom here in a couple of minutes, but love to see it from Cheez-It. We want to keep it rolling. We haven't had a partnered squad win during their sponsored week so far this season. Could Cheez-It be the first team to do it here tonight? We'll have to find out. Do want to let you guys know if you want to grab a box of Cheez-Its, any of the products from all of our other sponsors, you can get them at walmart.com/esports arena. So head over there tonight, grab you some Cheez-Its. I'm going to be snacking on some of these snaps later. We're going to go to a quick break, folks. When we come back, we'll be getting ready for game number 3.
Yo, what's up? My name is Finicky, and whenever I eat Cheez-Its, my point for aim assist is unreal.
There's the bubble. You can use it.
Yeah, bubble out from the other side now, as they haven't lost anyone quite yet, and they will survive. 6XZs get taken out.
If you're ever looking for a snack while gaming, you're going to want to check out walmart.com/esports arena for all of your cheesy needs. My name is Finicky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-Its, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. We just wrapped up game number 2. Team Cheez-It taking it during the Cheez-It week. And, I was snacking out in between games. I'm not sure about you guys. I know that's for sure. And we got Tony here. Tony, it's been fun so far. I'm not gonna lie, keeping the hype alive, and we've had a really, really interesting start to this one. I mean, we weren't expecting it to be such a fast-paced game number 2. Things started to pick up. What's your prediction for game number 3?
It was crazy after game 1 being as slow as it was. Game 2, they were off to the races. I'm loving the way Cheez-It played game 2. I definitely think it's possible for them to keep a top 4 placing. I'm expecting Team Pringles once again to do well. And I want to see some of the other partner squads. I'm looking at you, Intel. I'm looking at you, Team Razor. Wow, we've seen them put in absolute work even when the pros are in. I want to see them steal a game or 2 here going into game 3.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of hesitation in Team in Team Razor's gameplay, and that's not typical from them. And I think that could be the little uncomfortableness that they have over towards the Skyhook side, where they have Rambo, Knock, and Madness landing near them. And that makes things a little bit difficult because that's one of our strongest teams that we have in the lobby in terms of our open teams. So you got to watch out for them on that rotation. You saw earlier in game number 2, they were a little bit concerned on what team was next to them, rightfully so. And not only that, the zone pulled away from Skyhook, and that made the rotation fairly difficult. But they did do a great job underneath Countdown with the circumstances that they had. Maybe they got a little bit lucky. Maybe it was a little bit of skill that created that luck there overall. As you take a look at our leaderboard, our Mobile One leaderboard, to see exactly who is in the lead right now. After game number 1, it was Sniper Meta. After 2 games, though, it is Team Cheez-It.
Team Cheez-It stealing it away, but only by 1 point. Sniper Meta right on their tails. Rounding out our top 3 is going to be Team Rice Krispies and Team Razor and Team Pringles. I talked about them earlier. Team Razor not too far behind at 4 and only 8 points behind Team Cheez-It. So anything could happen here. I mean, we still have four more games remaining. We're going to see a lot of great Apex to be played. Even some of these bottom teams that may only have 1 point or none at all at the moment, we can see some big shifts going into game 3. Now we might see them get a little bit more aggressive, maybe start to change up their strategy. Maybe they were trying to be a little bit more passive earlier, and now at this point they're, I don't want to say desperate, but they definitely want to get those kills early just to put some good points on the board.
Yeah, desperation not going to quite go through into game number 3, maybe after halftime going into game number 4, 5, and 6. But looking at that right-hand side of the leaderboard, you wonder, why is Team Splash down there? Well, why is Team Pop Darts down there? They're losing their 50-50s. Last game, Team Splash loses their 50-50 over towards the back of Thermal Station. Team Pop Darts, they lost their 50-50 going over towards the Overlook side. And the only points that they got was actually from their first win that they had in the Overlook 50-50 in game number 1. And then they got dropped by Team Pringles underneath Overlook, actually. So a tough start for Team Splash and Pop Tarts. We'll see if they're going to get their feet underneath them. Unfortunately for Lion, that's kind of been the story of Series E for him. He's never really had a landing spot overall. He constantly gets 50-50'd, always having to fight his way out of that spots. Back when he was even on Team Applejacks going into season number 1. Speaking of Team Applejacks, they're sitting on that right-hand side as well next to Team Intel, who surprisingly is sitting in 13th place. So when we talk about our partner teams and who we expect is going to step it up, definitely keeping our eyes out on those. But overall, really impressed with those teams on that left-hand side. 4 of our top 5 teams sitting on that left-hand side in the top 5.
And to be honest with you, I'm surprised that Team Applejacks is sitting down in 12th place. I feel like every time we were on their screen, I feel like they were doing great. They were putting down damage. They were staying alive, but somehow not converting to points. But it looks like we're at our moment here, our MVP moment. And it was none other than this play that we saw here on Countdown. Finicky whipping out the EVA after putting damage with the Prowler, ripping players apart, getting them down to the top 3. And after this, it was just all gravy. They were able, I think it was maybe only one squad that had 1 player. The other one had 2. And they quickly were able to make work of them. Kubsky drops down. Gibby just keeps his height advantage, puts down this damage, gets us down to 2 squads. And at that point, there's only 1 more player remaining, and Cheez-It just ending it in style.
Yeah, that's a great Mobile One high-performance moment because of the fact that I love how they infiltrated that building. Not only that, the presence of mind for Finicky not to drop, understanding, yeah, that player most likely is ratting down below, but what if we all drop and he's just sitting up top and we have no way to get back up there and the zone collapses on us and we end up having the most embarrassing loss of all time because we decided we wanted to chase a kill and chase a ghost that wasn't necessarily there. So a great job by Team Cheez-It, not only finishing this game off, but even getting to this point. They were in a very tough spot maybe 5 minutes before this, where they're on the very bottom hand side. They were down a player. They were getting gate kept around the corner. And then Finicky does a great job of, kind of using his Gibraltar shield, using the knockdown shield, hitting a heal. Then they come in with a bubble fight around the corner and they win that fight, and they get the opportunity now to climb and to have that mobile one high performance moment. So there was a lot of moments even leading up to this. And this is just one of the many highlights that they had throughout the game. So a great job by Team Cheez-It, winning game number 2 as we set up for game number 3, and we find out who's going to kind of contest these two teams, Sniper Meta and Team Cheez-It. Again, 4 out of the top 5 spots right now owned by partner teams. And I'm looking at possibly a big Madness comeback here, a big Noct and Rambo comeback. I think they're going to start heating up. We saw them in game number 1, what they're able to do with the fight that they had over towards that Beacon building. So if I had my money on any one of our open teams, I'm definitely looking out for them. Partner teams wise, though, something about Cheez-It week and seeing how they played in game number 2 makes me feel like Team Cheez-It is going to continue this up.
We're going to find out right here, right now, without any further ado, because we're going right into the game. I want to see what Cheez-It are doing off the rip, because obviously they were able to get themselves some early kills towards the first quarter, and then surviving all the way towards the end of the game, ultimately pulling off the win. I want to see what they're doing and how they're able to become so successful here on Cheez-It week.
No doubt about it. And also keep in mind the amount of 50-50s that we had in the beginning. We had one over towards the Overlook side with Team Pop-Tarts. We also have another one that's happening. I believe that's I'm Just Gibby and their team still fighting possibly over towards Thermal Station side. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. I believe that's Splash. It is.
Oh. Yes, it is, and it looks like Gibby already going down. We noticed that Gibby was rocking Seer for a bit, and it looks like they wanted to change up the strategy. He's going back to the Gibraltar, on board now with our Wraith player, having another heirloom that should be throwable, if you ask me, that you were talking about before. Has a player in front of him, about to put in the damage, going in for a flank. I'm liking the plays being made by Wraith. Can they pull off the 2v3? Is Octane already starting to take some damage from across the map?
Look at this aggressive play coming in from Tangy. He's trying to use a head glitch there, has blue armor, is getting heavily focused though. Turns is there with the bait and switch. I don't think he realized that another player came in behind him, and that's all she wrote. A little bit too aggressive there for Tangy. Also in that 2-on-3 situation makes things just that much more difficult as Airstream going to win this 50-50 again. Splash still struggling to even get a point, but here it is. Another third party. This is absolutely insane this early into the game. That means 3 teams landed Thermal Station. That is ridiculous.
Out of this world, trying to put in some damage here with the longbow and hitting almost every shot, even whipping out the RE45, and somehow that wasn't enough to put the player down. Our Seer player is going to go down, and Octane losing. That's going to be it. Octane going to go down as well. So Gibby by himself has the Eva and the purple shield, still ripping off shots. Beautiful knock by him, but he has 2 players going to be chasing him. 23 damage on 1, but that's not enough. Gibby going to be removed from the map, and Airstream ripping out again. Is this Airstream's game to win?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure, they're winning that side of the map as we take a look at, again, another 50-50 happening. This is going to be Team Pop-Tarts. Great flank there with the PK coming in from Exile. They're going to get the finish right there onto RCO. Finally getting a landing spot throughout all of this. They said, hey, Overlook, you know what? The loot's not even that good. Why are we going over there? Let's switch things up. Let's take a different fight. C. Davis Lion and Exile now picking up some very crucial points as they were only sitting at 3 in 17th place overall, I believe. So nice job getting back into this one. We'll see if they can pick things up in game number 3. And you know what? We might as well just have the zone end here, okay? Because all the teams are just fighting in this spot. Let's just play King of the Hill. Everybody fight at this specific spot. We'll see who's the best fighter.
Catch me top mid and let's duke it out. We've been in the lobby for 2 minutes. We're 2 minutes and we're already down to 16 squads as our Gibby player wrecking house. He's now the kill leader, sitting at 3 at the moment, having a squad wipe nearly by himself. My gosh, game number 3. This is it right here. Everybody tired of the slow game. They want to up the tempo, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the Thermal Station zone is kind of realistic here, as we see in between Thermal and Staging is going to be where a lot of these teams are posturing up, and you can see all the teams have made their move from that north-hand side, except for Team Razor and for Team Pringles. So that could be a fight to kind of keep their eyes out for, as you do have trials being lit up there by Team Razor. So while there's been 4 squads eliminated, Team Razor's still fighting the Prowlers, all right? So that just goes to show you where their head's at. They're trying to get that loot, trying to play on the edge, and then try to make the way into the zone. But here's the 5th fight in Thermal Station, and it almost looks like we're playing an arenas game where half the map has been eliminated, or 90% of the map has been eliminated, and you can only fight at Thermal Station. Bot Squad has made their way over towards that donut, and this is kind of going to be how the whole game goes, actually, because this is going to be one of the priority spots in the back of Thermal Station. That choke as well is going to be one of the huge spots to hold down. Look at those shots, great scout shots, 3x landing across the map there for Infinity, and going to just back off, say, all right, I'm 36 away from charging that up to a purple Evo. We'll get right back in as soon as I pick up some more cells.
And our Octane player was feeling really confident. He was actually extended by himself for a little bit while his teammates were still looting some bodies and just firing off shots with the G7 Scout. And man, were they hitting. Still 16 squads remaining. We're going to switch gears over towards Cheez-It. Not only is it their week, but they were the winners of Game 2. And we're going to find out what they're going to do here. Prowler and R301, that's kind of a staple if you ask me. The R301 is still fantastic, and the Prowler rips. If you have a decent hip fire shot, let me tell you, mess around with that Prowler.
Yeah, Prowler does some serious work. Actually, R301 Prowler is what I set my record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one. As we see the L-Star 2x, just ridiculous shots coming in from Dupe. They're going to get the knock there with the R301 onto Z Davis. This is Pop-Tarts, who's just not been having their way today, unfortunately, looking like they are going to lose another player as Z Davis has been completely bailed on. Lions dropped as well. Now it's just one player left over here, and Team Intel going to be on the hunt. This is what you want to see from Team Intel, though. Again, a very slow start overall, but now they are starting to heat things up as BDP stuck in the toilet inside of this building. This building is going to be a hot contention overall. Good thing you have Caustic, because this is going to be tough to hold.
Yeah, I talked about how much value you get from Caustic, and as we start to move to round 2, you may not see it as much. When we start to get to round 4 and round 5 in that final circle, it will put in work. Longbow in the hands of our Seer player. Let's see if he can farm some damage. He's 300 away from purple. I want to see you in purple within the next minute and a half. Let's see what you got for me, Seer.
If you don't get it in a minute and a half, then, I'm going to be highly disappointed. The pressure's on now. Do not let Tony down. Otherwise, we're going to have some serious problems over here. But to be honest with you, I am really impressed with the predictions of the zones from these teams, especially these teams where we haven't seen that much. We've seen BDP a couple times, but this is not easy to predict. We'll see if it ends up pulling this way. A lot of different options with this zone makes it so unpredictable, just like we had in game number 1. And kind of similar in game number 2, where we kind of feel like it's going over towards Skyhook. Boom, pulls over towards Countdown. You think it's pulling over towards that Lava City Beacon building. You think it may be the 3-story stack building that Applejacks had. Nope, it was actually over towards Geysers. So very unpredictable circles right now. This building is definitely viable with Caustic. Another really big spot would definitely be the choke. And, one of the teams that is not here today that holds the choke very well, former Amos' squad, G2 Esports, always known for landing Thermal Station, always predicting the zones very well and locking down that choke point.
I'm a big fan of G2. They win gunfights, but they're not afraid to slow things down, as we're seeing Game 3 kind of slow down. I believe in the last maybe 4 to 5 minutes, we've only seen one squad go down, where before in the first 2 minutes of the game, we saw literally 3. But now it looks like Intel has the intel that they need, thanks to Seer. They're already dropping the nades. The door's going to be blown off thanks to that Arc Star, and the damage coming in, 63 on that gold shielded player. His teammates are pushing in heavy. I think things are looking good for Intel. They might come out the winner on this one. They're looking confident.
Things are looking good until the third party comes through, so we'll see how fast they can end this fight, and that's why they need to send it now. But all of a sudden, a great play from Crispy Bacon is going to throw things a little bit more difficult in the Intel side, and all of a sudden, the hunt become the hunted. Ridiculous. There's a third party, though, so that's what we're worried about. That fight did take a little bit longer than Intel was hoping for, and that's some easy 3 kills. These kills are going right on over to Phony for absolutely nothing except good timing. Great job by the Pringles squad coming through and doing a little bit of cleanup duty. Now 1 player remains, and I don't think they're going to be able to get away from this one as Phony is on the hunt, Arcstar in hand.
I cannot say enough how amazing Pringles play tournament after tournament. I always feel them playing good, fundamental Apex. They're rocking the Octane Gibby and now Seer. I haven't seen any Bloodhound. I don't think I've seen a singular Bloodhound this entire tournament. He has been completely replaced by Seer, showing how important he is to any composition on the kill feed. I do see a charge rifle kill coming out of Blueberry of Apex. So it's like they're getting into an engagement. And you know what? Let's hop on board with them.
Bloodhound's strong, but Bloodhound also, when he pops his ult, reminds me of my dog anytime that I'm eating something that he wants. The way that he breathes, just kind of sitting behind me, and I'm not that mad. I'm not that mad to see Bloodhound, get out and someone else new like Seer get in. As Hakulo is the one rocking that on that team. You could see some decent damage coming in for Mercy Only. It's enough damage where he throws down his jump pad and is even considering going in throughout all this. As soon as that bubble goes away, I like this. Taking the high ground, taking an angle, a little bit of a head glitch here, causing a distraction for his teammates. Does have to pop a battery throughout all this behind the rock. Great heads up play coming in from Team Razor. A little bit of bait and switch left and right, looking for the heartbeat as well, trying to decide where these players are going to be. Hakulo gathering some serious information. His bubble is going to be tossed by Zara Tricky. There's the bubble fight that they're just so good at on the Razor side. And finally, Razor, we're seeing them not hesitate, push through with their clean kills after landing trials, making their way over towards a priority spot of the map. So really nicely done. I mean, we were waiting for this from Team Razor for quite some time, and now they're finally showing how good they are at these small skirmishes.
And now we're going to check on Bot Squad. We're going in for the collapse on that. We were talking about that building being great to hold. Their Caustic was playing well. He had the barrel set up on almost every doorway, and Bot Squad doesn't care. They're putting down the damage, but they have lost their Gibby players. So Flatline in hands, the flank coming in from Seer, damage coming in, but they know exactly where he is. Luckily, he has the thermite and drops it, and everybody is currently on fire.
Gonna have to back off though. Where is the help coming through? I mean, Infinity is so scared to push through this gas, rightfully so, but everyone's going to be looking at this building, and now Infinity's going to take a lot of damage. There goes the res coming in from Arc onto his teammate, and now things get a little bit complicated as the bubble does go down. You know that they're going to push into that one. You're going to have to hit your shots in a 2-on-3 situation, and Arc's just not able to finish them off. The shots were looking crispy, but now Team Razor is interested in getting in this one after holding the choke. They see one player down. That is a free kill if they just want to go and push it. Where is the information that they need? There it is. Mercy coming through. There's the free kill. Now they know they have a 2 versus 3 if they want it in the building.
And I'm honest, I'm surprised at the lack of creativity out of these compositions. I want to see a Revenant combined with Seer. I think they complement each other really well, especially with a push like this that Razor is trying to initiate at the moment. This building is absolutely incredible. We've seen, 3 back-to-back fights, and it looks like Razor coming out on top. The triple kill earned by Tricky with that Mastiff, and stopping the third-party situation is Gibby coming in with the Rampage, scaring that team away. We're down to 11 squads.
I mean, Zara Tricky's running around like he's basically the John Travolta meme right now, where he's got his arms up and he's really confused, Pulp Fiction style. And the reason he's confused is, where is the rest of the teams? They've rotated out of this spot where everyone was thinking the zone was going to pull, and you expect third, fourth parties to come in, but Zara Tricky's on the roof like, what is up? Where the heck is everybody? And where did Crispy Bacon go to? This little sneaky Tomcat Gibraltar, now running to the very edge of the zone, trying to avoid any possible scans. Making it into the top 10, we'll give it a couple extra points. We'll see how far Crispy Bacon can actually make it in. But I want to go and actually, if we could pull up the map and maybe a little third-party flying camera of where teams are positioning in this next zone, because this is another game where we've had a bounce of zones, where we were expecting it to go somewhere, and then it ends up going somewhere else.
It looks like we were just about to pull up the map for you, but it looks like Pringle's getting into yet another engagement right now. We have our Octane player on screen who currently has the Volt. That's going to be Fury. I believe he's going to be the captain of this squad, but it's actually telling his team to back down because the Gibby ult is coming in and damage is going down.
Not that much damage, though. Just 1 cell's worth, especially with that gold armor. As the Presley took a little bit more, going to have to go with the battery instead, and they're stuck in this little gully on the edge of the cliff here, which is a difficult spot to be in because you want to clamber up, but as you clamber up, your animation is going to stop you from being able to fire back, so they're going to clamber out instead of going up, and they're going to go around and try to find a different way. And that's just, heads up Apex. We've seen Pringles again, make it into the single digits over and over again, getting into that late game. And why is that? It's because of their smart decision making throughout all of this. Applejacks is switching up the composition. Kubski's realized the situation. I am a little bit too forward with my team. I'm not able to queue out as fast as I was hoping for. And who has the fastest getaway in all of these type of instances? It's not Octane. It's actually still Pathfinder. That's going to create a lot of opportunities for your team. Yeah, you're still a little bit of a refrigerator hitbox, a little bit difficult. You're not going to be able to fly around like Valkyrie and get your entire team out of there, but still nice to see throughout all of this. And, you know, this has to make you happy. We finally get to see some charge rifle action.
The charge rifle is my favorite weapon in the game because even somebody with a terrible shot like myself, you put a controller in my hands and I can rip shots and get to red shield so easily with this charge rifle. You're seeing it right now. It's absolutely incredible. It doesn't matter if you have an amazing shot or not. It is going to be hit. If there's another weapon that should probably hit the care package, it might have to be this one, as Cheez-It is going to be taking some heavy damage. The bubble forced to go down. Octane losing all of his health here, but luckily he has a few shields, able to get away with his life. But the question is, for how long?
I think everyone has their own gripes of what meta was their least favorite, right? There was a time where the charge rifle was being compared to the Spartan laser in Halo, where you could just go around, and you could see why. It is just so annoying when you're worrying about another team in front of you. You're just losing cells and shields over and over again from a team behind. And now that you can charge up your Evo shields, well, as you could probably for the last year now, but back when you couldn't, maybe the charge rifle wouldn't have been that popular. But now it makes a lot of sense to always carry that sniper rifle around, always try to get that purple, get that red going forward, because if you're fighting with a blue armor over towards the tail end of the game, you are at a huge disadvantage, especially now because you can even get scanned based on the armor that you have. So Lethal Villains, they picked the zone. They're playing on this outskirts over towards the cave entrance, and I like this play. They're all keeping their back just completely safe, making sure the zone has them covered, keeping all the action directly in front of them, and everybody's taking angles. Dirty's covering this off angle, making sure no one's flanking over towards the side. You have Phoenix, who unfortunately is running out of ammo, trying to cover things over towards the other side. And Team Razor, we've seen them here before, stuck on the bottom of the map, just like game number 2, trying to find how they're going to get up top.
And I'm really surprised at how the game is slowed down so much. We have 9 squads about to be going into round 5. That circle ain't big enough for 9 squads. The tempo is going to be upped very soon here. I think Razor's well aware of it. They're going to want to get into a different position as they have a team in front of them. 3X on the R301. That's just beautiful right there. We're going to find if we can put in the damage and steal away one of these kills.
Yeah, 3X typically one of the go-tos for Team Razor. Sees Tricky rock that one as well fairly often. Now making their way and kind of just shadowing this team, figuring out how they're going to make their way into the zone here with only 5 seconds left. They're going to be taking massive damage if this zone does connect onto them. So a very crucial moment in the game here as we get that flying camera to find out where the rest of these teams are setting up. Got to be impressed with the very early call from Team Cheez-It. Got to be impressed also with Rambo, Madness, and Nox. They're holding the gully in between, that little crevice there that is just so difficult to get teams out of unless you're on the high ground. Madness was actually knocked earlier. They get him right back into the game, and now they're in a decent spot. And speaking of knock, it's going to be Clinical with the Kraber, I believe, and possibly the last shot. I don't know how much ammo he has left. Actually, 4 shots left throughout all of this, knocking Rambo. So now Bubble has to go down. Nox going to have to get him back into this game. And a difficult position to be in now for our pro players is, oh no, all of a sudden they're sending it around the corner onto Cheez-It. Team Cheez-It doesn't look like they're going to be able to win back-to-back games. Sniper Meta, the team in second place, is going to shut that down. What a push. Swift, quick, and just disgusting. You can see Mollis with a little bit of disgust in his face, upset that they had one of the best buildings in the game and they couldn't hold them off. Not only that, couldn't get a knock throughout all of that. Just really heads-up play by Sniper Meta.
Cheez-It during their week, they have a big target on their back. They end up getting hunted down. Applejacks losing their Gibby player, and Cost going to be losing all of his life as well. That's going to leave our Pathfinder, a.k.a. Kubski, by himself. Things are not looking good if you're a fan of Applejacks. Kubski trying to rat it out, trying to keep his life.
Please, I don't want them to know where I am. Please don't crawl towards me. Like, I don't want to help you. All right, maybe if you crawl a little faster. All right, shh. Does anyone know we're here? Don't make any noise. All right, we're safe. All right, we're good.
I kind of like
so
that play
up my spot, bro.
with the down body on top of him, he was camouflaged, but it looks like at least they're able to get their Caustic player up here, and Caustic even having red shields, dropping the barrels. Only 5 squads remaining, and and things are not looking good for Razor.
Razor actually made their way into a decent position. Applejacks now is a team that is absolutely done for, somehow living throughout all of this. Kubsky is going to have to even hit a syringe here very soon, but I believe that Madness knocked, and the rest of the squad is going to have him on lockdown, but Kubsky's actually getting help from behind. There's the finish there. Knock is going to be able to get that one, but at the same time, Rambo goes down for the second time in just a matter of minutes. Sniper Meta is still in a decent position. Blight going to toss down that jump pad. Knock's going to get finished off. Madness is finished off as well. Now we're left to 3 squads. They're full squads as Sniper Meta is looking for their second win in the first 3 games. This would be big for them. Protectful, Blight, Rollers. This is a new squad together, getting a lot of momentum.
That they aren't on board with our Seer player coming out of Sniper Meta. They were the winners of Game 1, and you're seeing why. They played so well, but the bombardment's coming in. Razor, not in a good scenario, but they at least have the height advantage. We're going to find out if they can take advantage of all the height that they have. They're sitting right above this team, and the third party's be coming in soon and getting maximum value out of that ult. Gibby is feeling good, just letting them know all of the hit markers, but they're in between 2 different teams.
Yeah, so what they're trying to do is they're trying to finish this team off as fast as possible while worrying about the team on the side. They've been able to do that, and now, in my opinion, they have a huge advantage because they have a lot of different angles that they could use, and this team is all filtered in to one angle. They have to charge directly out, all in the same spot. Right now, for Team Razor, they could take a couple of different head glitches. They could use this truck, they could use one right here, which Mercy's doing. This is all Team Razor's game to lose.
And I'm so happy for Razor because at one point in time, their Seer player was actually disconnecting, but it looks like he's back, but not with much health here because he's going to go down, and so does Gibby. Octane to be the final player here. Can he play his life? And that's going to be it. Lethal Villains.
Wow, Lethal Villains. I don't think I've ever seen Team Razor win a fight or lose a fight like that they were supposed to win. Again, something is missing in terms of communication, hesitation, something along those lines. They didn't even have to charge right there. They could have waited for that team to filter out. The zone was coming to move towards them. Mercy had such an amazing angle. He put down so much damage to start that fight. I have no idea how they lost that one. Hats off to Lethal Villains, but that one's got to sink for Team Razor. But that's it for game number 3. We're going to take our quick halftime break. Stick with us throughout all that, and we'll finish off the rest of Season 3 of Series E here very soon. It's been pretty exciting so far, so we'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? I'm Golden, and if you want to play like me, you gotta snap like me.
He's getting tagged up behind. Cheez-It getting third party. And now it looks like they're ready to push up as Razor show up for this fight as well. Along with maybe another 4th team throughout all of this. Rizuki picking up some kills, but he does go down for that now. Golden trying to hold that on his own. Pulls out the G7 Scout. And
if you're looking to snack like me while gaming, check out walmart.com/esports arena for the Cheez-It product you need. My name is Golden, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It. And you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. Something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble behind my hustle.
Welcome back, everybody, to Cheez-It Week here at Series E. Your host, as always, Yeso, and that's 3 games done, and Lethal Villains coming out with a victory. And you heard Tom mention it. That one's going to sting for Team Razor. Honestly, felt like they had the complete advantage in that fight. That early peak through the bubble from Mercy only working so well, and they somehow found a way to lose that fight. So they're certainly going to be kicking themselves for that one, but still a very good performance, grabbing 9 points for placement. Not sure exactly what they got for kills, but they should be still feeling fairly good in the standings after that one. But Lethal Villains are the story for that game. Let's check out our player of the game for our 3rd game of the day, and it's going to be Phoenix. They're 3 kills, 2 assists, and over 2,000 damage. That's a really solid game there, so that's at very least a 17-point game for Lethal Villains. So very good performance from them. That's going to jump them up in the standings, and we haven't seen a team truly start to separate themselves here today. Obviously, Sniper Meta did get fairly late into that game. They may be able to kind of pull away at the top of the standings here a little bit, but that gap isn't going to be huge with their inability to grab the 12 points for a victory. So things going to be very interesting when we go back over to check out our Mobile One leaderboard. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far today. Do want to remind you guys, if you want to grab a Series E jersey, just like I'm rocking here today, maybe some other Esports Arena merch, we've got it all for you over at shop.esportsarena.com. And this week, since it's Cheez-It week, we've got a 15% off promo code you can use for your orders. That's Cheese Please, CHEESEPLS, all one word. Cheese Please will get you 15% off your order. So make sure to head over to shop.esportsarena.com. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, our final 3 games of the day, and I'll be back for the next one.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series E. Hope you enjoyed the halftime break. Got some Cheez-Its, got some snacks. Threw Pringles out the window because it's Cheez-It weeks. Just kidding, Pringles. We still love you. But they've been playing pretty good. But Tony, how was your little break there?
I'm not gonna lie. Grabbed myself a little bit of Cheez-Its myself. It's Cheez-Its week. Come on now. I'm a big fan of that Parmesan. Oh my gosh, let me tell you, that Parmesan just hits different. That and the white cheddar. Oh God.
Big fan of the white cheddar for sure. Let's see where Team Cheez-It stands on that Mobile One leaderboard, though, because they were on the verge of possibly running away with it. All of a sudden, we have other teams kind of popping up in here, and it's been pretty awesome to watch players like Protectful, Rolders come through. We have Madness here. We have Noct here. We have so many skilled players out here that we've seen throughout Series E on our pro days in past iterations. We've seen like Tangy Sauce, for example, coming through and doing phenomenal as well. So we'll get that Mobile One Performance leaderboard up there for you shortly as we get that updated and we see exactly where these teams stand. And there it is. Team Razor actually taking first place. Sniper Meta in second place overall. Team Cheez-It, they're going to round out the top three with their tie with Lethal Villains, who surprisingly won the previous game, stealing that from Team Razor, taking a couple extra points from our team in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lethal Villains were on that right side of the bracket, but it shows how crazy things can change game after game. They were on the right side, and now just like that, they're in the top four. Luckily, Team Razor doing just enough to pull off the Mobile One. But once again, right behind them is Sniper Meta. They're holding down second place ever since their game one win, and they're not letting go. Now the question is, can they get over that hump and steal away first place?
And Team Razor's got to feel good about being in first place, but they can't feel good about losing the previous game. And I'm not quite sure how that happened. Let's take a look and see if we have that Mobile One high performance moment and which point of view it's from, because we saw Mercy Only with an amazing head glitch angle, right? Now, all of a sudden, Hakulo says, all right, we're going to advance here, but where's the bubble coming in from Zero Tricky? There's the 90 damage right there. And you can see, all right, there's a flesh player directly in front of you. No one's able to finish this Gibby off. And that's what's so crazy throughout all of this. That Gibby lives and that Gibby continues to do a ton of damage. Now, all of a sudden, Mercy, who was looking like he was going to come and clean everything up, is the last player taken out. So whoever was that Gibby on the other team on Lethal Villains did a phenomenal job of living throughout all of this. And that was the biggest defensive bombardment I've ever seen coming in from Zero Tricky. I mean, crack shields after crack shields down below. They had that just ready to go, right? And when you think about the loss that they had, not only do they not get first place, but they don't get those 3 points. They also don't get the 3 kill points as well. So that's a 6-point swing. They could be sitting at 48 points instead of 42 overall. Hey, didn't finish school, but I can add 6 on top of that.
Definitely, that bombardment that you mentioned before, I think it put down like 140 damage by itself. It was absolutely incredible creating that those lanes for them to push up, and I'm really surprised Team Razor didn't take advantage of that. But we're on board with them right now. They have the Sentinel in hand. They're already trying to get into engagement right off the rip. So we're going to see if they're going to come back. And they're mad. They knew that was that first place that they should have had. Switching out to the R99, I think they're going to make it up right here, right now.
Sentinel in the back pocket too. Not my go-to gun, but we'll see what Zero Tricky is going to be able to do with that. And the scary thing is which team is this landing next to them? Is that going to be Madness, Rambo, and Noct? If so, you're not going to really want to take that fight. It could be a different team, though, and it is out of this world. So we'll see if they're going to try to pick on them for landing as close as possible. And you don't really want that in Skyhook. You want to try to spread out a little bit more evenly. You don't want to coexist in buildings directly next to each other because you're so concerned about rotating in the open from building to building, and it messes up your loot pathing. It also messes up how fast you're able to get out. And you're not quite sure how many teams are actually in the vicinity. That's why you see all of this seer utility being used so they can try to find out exactly what is going on as Hakulo is trying to get some heartbeats through the wall, figure out exactly how to approach this situation. And if that's not OP, I don't know what is. Pretty sure people pay for that type of stuff.
You're not lying, and I think there's a whole Discord dedicated to just that. Right? And our Seer player, actually, you know what's funny? I saw a slight nerf going towards the Eva, and it looks like our Seer player is aware of it. He's like to go with the Peacekeeper. I'm a big fan of the Peacekeeper because let me tell you, when it's charged up, if you hit your shots, it will put down damage. So let's take a look at the map. And Tom, what is it telling you? We're seeing it start to pull over towards Countdown. What is this map telling you?
Yeah, it's looking like possible lava fissure over towards that very backhand beacon, and you can see where Kimchi and the rest of the team is setting up, where Abe's is as well. And I'd probably just sit on that beacon and continue to scan that, get information over and over again, and find out exactly where to go. But look at this, Tricky dropping the Sentinel, going with the charged rifle. He knows you're casting, Tony. He wants to make you proud. He's showing you what these mouse and keyboard players can do with it instead. And it's going to be a full set. Mercy's going to go in on this one, and they're going to get the knock right there onto Ivan. Terrible, and there goes Jess. There goes the rest of the team. And Mercy's saying, you know what? We're not going to end game number 3 in style. We are going to come out in game number 4 in style instead. Rightfully so, sitting in first place, trying to continue to improve on that score. And fortunately for them, they're not too worried about Madness, Knocked, and the rest of the team. Rambo's still not in the vicinity. Trials is still an option if they want to go and do it. And they only have to go to Lava Fissure, so it's not that far if they want to go and make their way over towards the zone. So a lot of different options here for Team Razor. Pop-Tarts, though, doing some serious damage. You saw the charge rifle come through, get the pop, the Havoc in line as well. Got the purple mag on this one. Pop-Tarts, after having kind of a sloppy start to game number 2, sloppy shots going up the zip line, leave that to the charge rifle player.
I'm still trying to find out how Mercy ended up getting all 3 of those kills before. I'm still a mile behind, but Pop-Tarts rocking the charge rifle, putting down some damage, and that team wants to get out of Dodge, taking the blue, getting out. We have 18 squads remaining at the moment. We're going to find out what's going to happen here. I want to see Pop-Tarts really make some moves. Like you said before, they haven't had the best tournament so far throughout the first 3 games, but we still have 3 games remaining. I've seen what Pop-Tarts are made of, and let me tell you, I would not want to get into a 3v3 engagement with them. Neither Cheez-Its, who are currently holding 3 players with purple shields.
Yeah, and you can see they're loving the loot that they have. Like you said, 3 purple shields. Purple shotgun bolt he doesn't even need, just in case he wants to go and get a shotgun a little bit later. Kicking in the door like Biggie over here. Grenades coming through left, right, and center. There goes the phase Q out. Brandon's going to get out of Dodge. Airstream, they've been really well-rounded in these team fights. You can see using the bubble. Going to try to get some quick killing over here. Worried about possible third parties as well. There goes the knock right there onto Rizuki. And one player stuck in the corner. A little bait and switch with his teammate. There goes the E-to-8 shot onto nades. There goes the finish for the armor swap if they want it. And now the third party is coming in. We'll see if Rockstar's going to be able to finish this off.
Rockstar trying to get involved with this, and the G7 is just built different. This man is hitting amazing amount of shots with the G7, putting in the damage, but they're well aware that they say, hey, look, if we overcommit to this gunfight, we will most likely end up getting third party. There are still 17 squads remaining, so I like their discipline, their ability to stay back, cheek out some damage, get it in, and then try to back down, but it's not going to be enough. Seer not having the amount of movement to get out of it. Rockstar still having all 3 of their players alive, and they are ripping shields, and oh, that's going to be a squad. We're down to 16 squads remaining. Crummy coming up with a beautiful triple kill thanks to the Prowler.
Crummy looking like he's playing on controller, and you know what? He actually is. You can see him standing still there with the loot. I know controller burst Prowler when I see it, all right? Been doing that since season 1 before people even knew it was strong. There's Maulus over here with the Volt, with the Prowler, still needing to get that banner, is able to do so. Trying to get Golden back into this game. The only problem with this is the amount of teams that are going to be in the vicinity. We know the zone is going to continue to pull over here. We'll see if Wallace does have healing. He does have that Phoenix kit, does have a pill to hide behind. How will they be able to get Golden back into this one, though? It's going to have to be something interesting. Probably a team effort. I don't know if I'd be just sending one player here to do this. You may even need a bubble in a worst case scenario. And in this res point, at least you have a little bit of cover, as that thing's going to cycle back and forth. But hey, this looks like some free kills. Rockstar going to go and take down Amdus Gibby. 3 sitting ducks down here in the corner, just waiting to be taken out as soon as this bubble goes away. There goes the Seer information. You're going to be able to see that gold armor is not going to last very long. That Gibby's going to be taken down as well. Tangy, Nestle Splash going to be dropping there to Team Rockstar as the battle of the drinks continue. Now RCL wants to get involved.
Definitely right. Crummy does play on controller. He was putting in that Prowler work. He plays on that 6-3 sensitivity. And hold on, it's not going to be enough because Lethal Villain's also trying to get involved. What do we have, about 3 or 4 squads here just going at it? 14 squads remaining at the moment. Prowler in the hands of RCO Esports. Really trying to get up close and personal, ripping those shots. And that purple shield, even not enough when Rambo's hitting, when our Octane player is hitting all of his R301 bullets.
Nice job by Bam Click, living up to his name. clicking heads over here, laying down some nice R301 shots. Your team that you wanted to see do well, Team Pop-Tarts. We're all rooting for him, but Z Davis is down. Crummy's down as well. Now Intel starting to get inside of this area, and they're going to be able to drop line as well. There goes the armor swap, and fortunately, Team Pop-Tarts just not able to get any footing. It looks good for a second. Then all of a sudden, they run into a team like Intel. I believe Intel shut them down 2 games in a row.
I guess the vault meta is still in effect. Let me tell you, our Seer player really knows how to rock that vault, staying alive, getting that early KP. He already has 2 kills by himself. Lethal Villain still trying to get into an engagement. There we go. The Prowler shots going in, ripping at that Gibby player. Didn't stand a chance. 13 squads remaining. Sumo, I feel like every single player on this lobby has a Prowler in their back pocket. Does it need to go back to the package?
I think so, at least until Christmas comes around. Then you can bring it out for the Christmas noobs over here. Is we get a look at Phoenix, and Phoenix was the MVP in the fight that won them the previous game. Big game where they were able to take down Team Razor. Now you can see one player actually gets respawned back in, but it's not going to be for long. Rolders is going to get finished. Fury's going to be on the hunt here very shortly on that Octane. Phony's already looking for him, and we'll see if they're going to be able to find out exactly where this player had dispersed to off of the rip, and you can see the player outline. It's a little bit in front of him. Charge rifle, he picked up a purple armor along the way, but you already can see they're on the case. They shouldn't be able to get away, and I also like this high ground angle, so while they are on the hunt, you could lay down some extra long-range shots. We'll see if they're going to be able to get a knock here. If they do get a knock, they're most likely going to send nice 70, nice 30, but it's just not going to be worth it to chase, I don't think. I mean, Phony's looking at that zip line. He wants to take it. But at that point, you're making things just a little bit more random than you need to, right? You already got the kill. You could just sit there and bait that box. That team's already basically in shambles. There's no reason to just create more commotion, cause more attention to yourself, and then run away and forget on what happened in the backside of the map just in case someone decided they want to flank you. So Pringle's going to play this one safe, let those 2 kills get away, and reset for some more points.
We might have to put a bigger delay on the stream here because I'm seeing a lot of squads trying to take advantage of my charge rifle meta. In game number 1, there was nobody using it. I talk about it one time in game 4. Now everybody's using it. I don't know what's going on here. Bring on board with our Pringles Octane player, currently rocking the purple shields, but BDP are getting into an engagement and taking some damage. Luckily, Ray's going to be able to get away with her life, but for how long?
Yeah, Bursty doing a little ring around the rosy here with the longbow, just trying to continually upgrade this thing to purple and feeling a lot better once that happens. Only 39 damage away. You can see the rest of the players are sitting on that blue armor as well. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Bursty get this armor, then drop the armor for one of his teammates, and then continue to get this one going. But the problem is they don't have all of their barrels down. From what I'm seeing right now, that's the first barrel that's gone down in this area. And this is, there's another barrel directly in front of them, so it's just not popping up on our HUD. But either way, you know, this is something where you're going to need all 6 barrels down in all these different spots. Look at how much real estate there is to lock down in these buildings, and that's what makes, while this building is great, there's just so many different ways to enter, and that's why you have to keep your head on the swivel. They're doing a great job of it. So far, 101 from Lightstar Joe directly to the dome piece as they're trying to get inside this donut area. There goes the Arc Star. I don't think it hit. Possibly bounced off the Gibby shield, so he's going to go into the air, into the sky, hit that battery, and try to get back into this one. But one more grenade inside the building and a flanker on the back is really all they need on that Rice Krispies side. But I think they're worried about the third party, so they're going to back off.
Rice Krispie treats, another snack I need to stay away from. Let me tell you, man, I love me my snacks, and we're seeing them electing to get out of that building. They're going to rotate out. They don't want to take that gunfight. You know, a lot of these gunfights in Apex, you got to be really quick to get this slays and then get out because of that threat of always being able to get third party. If you know for a fact that you can't slay out and do it quickly, your best bet is to just out-rotate the enemy team and maybe fight them when it gets into those single-digit numbers where there's less of a threat of being third party. We're going into round number 3 soon, and we still have 12 squads remaining, while Phony on the kill feed getting another drop with that charge rifle. Why don't we take a look at Pringles, because they're already getting into another engagement.
Yeah, they're waiting to hit that bounce pad, trying to find out where these players are going to make their way from. That's going to be Crispy Bacon, who's been getting, unfortunately, left again in the dust for the rest of his team because he was already initially knocked. Nice job by Pringles again. They've been playing the edge for quite some time now. not just in this game, in numerous games overall, and it's starting to pay off for them here as they find another engagement. Bubble is going to go down. Could be a separate team throughout all of this, too. And Fury's realizing that. And they also have to check on where they're going to go after they get these kills, making sure no one's going to be sending it directly towards their back. But now, Cheez-It is getting a little bit too aggressive over here. Phony's going to find one. Fury's going to find one as well. This is a difficult spot to be in here for Finicky. Yes, you already have one knock, but now you're in a 2-on-1 situation without being fully healed. You're going to have to just continue to use that arm shield and see if anything crazy happens. And you know what? The other team is just playing this phenomenally. Fake bubble res into the flank. Amazing job by Team Pringles.
Pringles leaving Cheez-Its extra salty right there as they're going to end up hitting the black screen for a bit. 11 squads remaining, and Phony already having 4 kills for this squad. So I talk about it all the time. Pringles play a really good fundamental game. Another great team we have here is Pop-Tarts, who are trying to actually get the third party in. The information's coming in from Seer, and he's noticing that they're not as weak as they thought they were. So Pop-Tarts and Pringles and get into a bit of a 3v3, almost full shield versus full shields, with another team trailing behind. 11 squads remaining at the moment.
Really surprising to see Pop-Tarts not send that. And unfortunately, right now, they're rocking the Wraith. So if they did have the Octane, could have bounce padded in there, but a lot more fast and efficient than sending a portal over there, even though the portal would have been maybe a little bit safer. But you get that knock if you're Lion. It's against one of our top teams. You would think, hey, we need to finish this thing off. Instead, they're going to show respect. They're going to back off and let Pringles reset. We'll see if that ended up being the right move for Team Pop-Tarts overall. Maybe better safe than sorry, but when you're already struggling, when you're down at that bottom of the leaderboard, really feel like you got to take these risks to get the big reward.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I feel like they wanted to third party that, but when the Seer tactical came in and it really marked about 3 different players with it, they found out like none of them were weak. They already had armor swapped. They already had gotten their health. So I guess they didn't feel they wanted to take that particular gunfight. I want to see if they let to go for another one. As I said before, still 11 squads remaining in Intel, utilizing that Valkyrie ult to get out-rotate this team, catch a little bit of a different angle, still having the longbow, so if anybody's going to get to red shields, it might be Skittle Cakes right here, right now.
Taking some angles around the rock. He's pretty proud of the way that he was able to send his team into a decent position. He's able to hit that Octane for 60. Needs to lead this one a little bit more. That should be enough damage to continue to send this one. Missile Barrage should be coming in. There's going to be Infinity getting dropped, eating a lot of zone damage along the way. Volhurst now feeling this angle that he's come through and can also toss out some information over towards the side. We've seen this building just have tons of action so far, and it's not going to continue to stop as Lost Fitter is a highly contested spot as the zone continues to pull on over there. Pop-Tarts going up against RCO. Nox coming in on both sides. Z Davis taking down a lot of shields. Does toss out a nice thermite. That's going to be taking some damage, also giving information on where those players are going to be. And there it is, the finish coming through. Will they be able to get the res onto Lion before the third party comes around the corner? Team Pringles is there.
Team Pringles in the air indeed, and here comes the massive shots coming out of Gibby, hitting all of them. The bubble comes in, trying to take down the player. Octane trying to get out, but it's not going to matter here. Whips out the charge rifle. He's going to go down. We have a new kill leader, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is Phony.
Nice job by Phony, again, taking on that charge rifle you're talking about as the player was making the way around the corner. Now he's going to ditch that one for the L-Star instead. Plenty of ammo to go around. Should be feeling good about that one. Tomcat Ratcam onto Blight, who's not that far from the zone, so he may be able to put some work in. Is he going to do a little loop-de-loo around? Completely possible here. And Sniper Meta is going to need all these points possible because of the fact that they are sitting close to the top of that leaderboard. So we'll keep tracks and keep tabs on Blight, see what he's going to be able to do as we take a look on that third-person flying camera to find out exactly where everybody is postured up. Again, Lava Fissure. We've been predicting this zone for quite some time. Intel has been sitting there almost the entire time.
That man got white shields with 7 squads remaining going into round 5 here soon. I mean, luckily he's just ratting it out, so he's not trying to get into any engagements, but it's not looking good for him. But I will say things are looking very good for Pringles right now. Currently having 2 players with red shields, 1 with purple. They're going to elect to rotate into this hill, but they do have a team right in front of them. They're probably into a little bit of an entanglement soon as the attack coming in from Seer, giving them all the information they need. The Octane pad is down. Gibby's ready with the nade. Pringles are ready to fight.
Yeah, but that thermite took 25 damage and also gave information on where Fury was going to be. showing that he wanted to advance. So because of the fact that they've been posturing here for quite some time, means that they're going to be tossing tons of grenades, and there's a grenade onto the bounce pad, which stops the rotation. But instead of going inside the building, they're going to make their way over towards the outskirts of the building. Now they're just filtered all directly in here. There needs to be a bubble coming in from Phony, but the bubble's over towards the backhand side. So now they are split in between what they want to do. Team Razor is in the vicinity as well. A lot of good teams here fighting for this building.
R99 in the hands of our Seer player, one of the fastest TTK, but he's going to end up losing all of his shields, forced to back down and play his life. Luckily, they are not getting pushed. Team Razor are ready. Wingman in the hands of our Octane player with only 6 squads remaining. 1 minute 15 seconds before we're going into the final circle, and it looks like we're going to have a rat cam coming soon on that little early prediction.
Yeah, it looks like he got sliced out, so Blight no longer in this one. As Sniper Meta is going to be eliminated. And now we get down to the nitty-gritty here. 6 teams. Looks like they're all full squads, all within the same area of one another. There goes a blue armor, though. And if you have double reds and a purple, you're really feeling good about potentially taking this fight. Presley continuing to try to find heartbeats around the corner. The only thing they're worried about is a potential third party. So here it comes. Also, kind of worried about that caustic gas in the corner, but all of a sudden it's a yeet. It is a finger roll caustic gas trap coming around the corner. And instead of pushing back into it, they're going to push forward directly towards them, saying, we're going to take the fight directly towards you. That's going to be Pup-Tart, not Pop-Tart, getting eliminated as Team Pringles is looking to pick on this open team inside the building. But they're going to have to do it fast. This zone is moving in 15 seconds. If they cannot finish this fight quickly, they're putting themselves in a tough spot.
You might just be right, and they got the early pick, but our Seer player is going to end up going down. That is not going to be good for Pringles. That Octane player going to back down as well. So now that things have been stabilized, things have been are now on equal playing ground. But Seer's getting revived. Eva's coming out, the flatline hitting shots, beautiful from ADS, and it hit fire. And their Seer's going to go down. Shots are ringing out all over the place. And Tom, I'm loving it. We're down to 5 squads.
Yeah, look at this. It's going to be a crazy bubble play. Fury pushes a little bit too far, doesn't realize the bubble is coming in behind him. Now Phony has to hit a battery throughout all of this, too. We have Nusona down below. Mercy's going to actually get dropped as well, so you know Team Razor's going to be in the area. Phony with some nice shots, going to pick up some kills along the way. Get an armor swap, trying to stay alive. Eating a lot of zone damage, though. Going to have to make his way around the corner. I don't think it's going to happen, as RKT has been doing a great job gatekeeping. This building is always so crucial for these lava fissure endings, and they're going to be able to lock that one down. As you see, the Phoenix kit is being popped. Finishes coming through all over the place. Now we're in a straight up 3-on-3-on-3. We went from 6 teams to 3 real quick.
And that's what happens when going down to the final circle, and it looks like Rice Krispie Treats wants to get a little bit of loot. He's 64 damage away from getting to red. He's going up against one of the teams, Intel, who are fully loaded at the moment. Vault in the hands of our Seer player. I'm pretty sure at this point, everybody swapped out all of their snipers for 2 close-range weapons. We're going into the final circle. This is it, Tom.
And we see this final circle happen a lot. It's always towards this building. A lot of different options if you want to go and play it. I liked Velhurst in his thought process to go over towards that mobile respawn beacon and hold this area. Another team had the same idea. That is a lot of real estate to own. There's a lot of different head glitches, and that mobile respawn beacon is providing a little extra cover as well. As you now see the 2 teams making a layer cake and coexisting one on top of another. And while that's happening, we've seen a full rotation. The team goes from the building to the platform, and the team goes from the platform now to the building as the other team has made their way down below. So we're in an interesting spot. The team below is definitely in between the 2 teams, as you can see on the player outlines, but does that mean they are the first team to get focused? Remains to be seen, and it looks like they are the first team to get focused. Phoenix eats it from the side. Velhurst now with the nades, with the angles, hitting for that knockdown shield as well, tossing out a couple frags, trying to take down that player on the ground. Now things are going to really open up for the rest of these players here.
It's a 3v2 situation automatically, and we know that the Hill is pushing over towards foe. I think they need to play aggressive on this, as they're already starting to get third-partied here coming from the left side. This is not looking good for our Intel team. They need to push. I need to take advantage of one of these knocks. I believe they have a jump pad available. I think they need to use it, Tom.
What I would love to see is a little bit of a bubble sneak up here coming in from Dupe. Dupe is one of our stronger gibbies that we have. I'm definitely anticipating a smart play coming in from him. A lot of it kind of riding on his back. You can see the zone is ending almost where that mobile respawn beacon is. So there's an early bubble coming in from the enemy team. That should give them the advantage. If they want to put their bubble here in the next couple of seconds, they're going to be living it up. They may even want to toss it now, as that black hole did come through. So I do like that, but they are getting sent on over towards the side. Enemy bubble coming through on the players that they already knocked previously. That is not good for Team Intel. However, Lystar Joe does get a knock over towards the side. That means he has to reload. That means resources have been spent, and that means you have an opportunity to push up if you're roll holes. Where's the rest of the pressure coming in from Intel? Dupe's going to get knocked. The rest of the players starting to push up on RKT's side, and it looks like Intel is going to take the game. And we get a little bit of celebration finally coming in from somebody. Bullhurst with the hype.
Let me tell you something. If that's not the mobile 1-1 moment, I don't know what is. Verhelst actually put in maybe a good 400 to 500 damage right there. That was absolutely incredible. Ripping shots with the Prowler on 2 different teams. If that's not the moment, I don't know what is, Tom. I swear I'm quitting. I'm quitting right now if that's not the moment.
It's definitely going to be the moment. We'll definitely get that cut and get the scores updated. That was game number 4. We're going to move into game 5 here very shortly. This is Series E. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
27 scout.
If you're looking to snack like me while gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for the Cheez-It products you need. My name is Golden and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It. And you're watching Cheez-It Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, everyone, as Cheez-It Week continues here on Series E, and a big win there from Team Intel in game number 4. We talked about it at the top of the show today. Team Intel coming into this week having won back-to-back open nights and dominating the competition on Tuesdays. It's been a bit of a rough go for them so far today. You saw after 3 games they were on the wrong side of that standings graphic, but that win right there is going to do a lot for them. We'll have to see, though, if they can make up that gap. We were looking at Team Razor and Sniper Meta at the top of our standings, looking strong at 40-plus points through 3 games. So we'll have to see how things shake up on our Mobile One leaderboard when we check that one out. Now let's check out our player of the game here from Team Intel, and then I want to take a look at a couple of the top teams performing so far tonight. So we'll check that here in a moment, but it's Verhulst here for this one, and Verhulst has honestly been our MVP of Series E through the first 4 weeks and change of competition. 5 kills, 2 assists, and over 1,600 damage in this one. He currently leads Series E in the kills department, and no surprise here, leading the way for Team Intel this time around. They grabbed that big victory, and now the question is, I'm not sure how many kills they got in that game total, but at the very least, 19 points. They've still got to make up a significant gap. 2 games still ahead of them, so we'll have to see if they can do that. Now, production, I hope, has a graphic for me. I wanted to look at 2 of the top teams here through 4 games tonight, and I just wanted to break down and look at just how they've performed so far here. It's been interesting to see, as we haven't had any repeat wins so far through the day, and there it is. So we'll pull this one up for you. It is Team Razor versus Sniper Meta. Big lead in the kills department for Razor, 33-19. 3,200 damage average for Razor, as well as a significant lead, but they haven't won a game, and that's the big difference between themselves and Sniper Meta. Very close in the average placement department, 5-4 in favor of Sniper Meta there. So a very interesting run through our first 4 games. We'll have to see how things have shaken out again on that Mobile One leaderboard. They were just within 2 points of each other after that 3rd game, and we'll have to see how that changes here and how Intel factors into that equation. It's been a very fun run through the first 4 games of tonight, and we still got plenty more to go. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to check out more stats for all of your favorite Series E partnered squads, you can use commands like !Team Cheez-It in chat to get the link for their stats and profile page over at esportsarena.com. Team Intel works as well, !Team Razor for all of our 9 squads. So make sure to check that one out. We've got 2 more games left to go tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's certainly going to be a fun run. Meanwhile, I'm going to be over here snacking down on some Cheez-It, so we'll see you when we come back.
I've been playing Apex since I think it was the 2nd day it came out. I've always been big into first-person shooters and battle royales. At the time, I played Fortnite and H1Z1 before that. And once Apex came out, the gunplay and the movement really stood out to me, and just really enjoyed the game.
As well, so Cheez are just licking their lips here as Result is taking a lot of damage. He's been cracked. No one's gonna knock onto him, but now it looks like G2 are just gonna go ahead and full commit onto Cheez-It here, getting punished mid-air. G2 knocked out. Cheez-It now.
The role I perform, I try to be the IGL to the best I can. I'm still working on that, making sure we're all on the same page together and we all know what's going on. And And then I also try to be the opening fragger. I play Octane or Raid. Right now I'm playing Octane, and I feel like I can get more angles and use my stem to my advantage to kind of play that opening fragger role.
Have a sear.
Their
And
late
with the
bubble
circle
does
this
go
small.
down, though, unfortunately, and now Malls is getting punished for it. The peaks out from Mr. Vulture.
They're both just amazing. I couldn't ask for better teammates today. Golden is such a good anchor and support character for us. He's always in the best spot to help me out when I'm maybe out of position or if I'm taking like a 1v1. And Finn he's always putting in damage during fights. They're amazing. We just gotta work on our comms a little bit. Once our comms get better, I think we'll be a top tier team. If you ever need some new gear or snacks while gaming, go to walmart.com/esportsarena for everything you need. My name is Malos, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking about. Yeah. One shot, not a future for sure. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, not a future for sure. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series E. We just got done with game number 4. Going into game number 5, we've had a kind of a bloodbath of just nonstop Apex action. Really, T Squared and Tony bringing you the action. Let's take a look at the Mobile One performance, or Mobile One leaderboard, excuse me, before we look at that Mobile One high performance moment and find out exactly who is at the top. And Team Razor, they're looking good right now.
Team Razor looking really good, and most importantly, they're separating themselves from Sniper Meta, who have been in second place all tournament long, starting from game 2. But now we're seeing some separation put. I think it was 40-42 before game 5. Now we're going into game 5 with a beautiful lead going in favor of Team Razor. Lethal Villains not too far with 42, and Pringles always staying within the top 4. But now the question is, can they get over the hump? Can they pass 3, go into 2 and 1? We're getting down to the nitty gritty. Game number 5 out of 6.
Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment and find out who gets that crown overall. And you were threatening quitting if this wasn't the Mobile One high performance moment. So fortunately, Bad Push was able to put this together. So we still got you, Tony, at least until the next game, until you threaten us again.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been enjoying myself here, so I definitely don't want to go anywhere. That would have been really bad. But obviously, our Seer player, look at this. It's just beautiful damage. And mind you, there's a team right to the right of him, and he doesn't care. Drilling shots. That might have been a good maybe 300 to 330 right there. Another 42-20 just popping off. That win right there was all because of Seer. I mean, obviously this is a team game and everybody is equally important going into Apex Legends, but those shots right there were incredible.
Yeah, Volhorst did a phenomenal job. Again, this Mobile One high performance moment, it is that exactly, right? It's this moment, but there's a lot of moments that lead up to this specific thing. And we saw him knock down and eliminate the players that were holding down bottom middle in between these two teams, which was a big moment even coming up to this point. And that's why he had to be so stoked, right? It was, hey, I'm doing really well at this given point in time, but not just that, I created this moment to begin with by just having some really great plays overall. So props to Intel, props to Volhorst. We'll see if they can get their hands on some of that $500 that's up for grabs. The cumulative points are extremely important as well, so you make sure that you're avoiding that relegation. We get that nice map fly through to find out where all these teams are landing. When we looked at that Mobile One performance leaderboard, we saw, hey, you know, one of our teams, our partner teams, Team Splash, they're sitting almost in last place. They are in 18th or 19th with only 2 overall. Why is that? They have struggled and really struggled of just getting out of Thermal Station. Airstream has had their number in terms of winning these 50-50s. Now Tangy's switching on over to a little bit of Lifeline.
Yeah, meta-defining play, rocking Lifeline. I usually don't see Lifeline played in not even not much in the higher ranks, but definitely not in tournament play. We're going to find out if that's going to work for them, as Airstream already having 3 players with blue shields, the vault in hands. They have a player with the height advantage, and I promise you, Tom, I'm not going to threaten quitting anymore. Working this has been a dream come true. I'm done threatening quitting.
No, I think it's funny. We want you here anyway, so we'll see what Airstream's going to do. Is you're right, they have the height. It's always a big advantage, and it makes me think that Tangy switched on over to Lifeline because his teammates are dropping like flies, and he needs to get him back up onto the map. But keep in mind, in our previous games, there wasn't just a 50-50 here. I mean, there was a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th party. The zone ended up pulling over here towards the end too, and there was just nonstop action over towards this Thermal Station side. Now it's a little bit awkward because where is the fight? It looks like it was avoided. Thermal Station is more than big enough to split the loot, and it looks like there was a mutual respect between these 2 teams that they're not going to fight, at least quite yet, as we get another zone pulling over towards that southeast side. Lava City is looking pretty solid in terms of a prediction, but you really don't know. I mean, we had this very similar circle before where hard pulled over towards Geyser. We were banking on the 3-story building that we saw Applejack's and Kubsky hold. We know the Beacon building is always a hot spot for contention, where we saw Knock Madness Rambo fighting against Team Cheez-It over there too. So there's a lot of different options right now. We'll see what these pro players, partnered teams, and these open players elect to do.
Yeah, predicting where the ring is going to go is absolutely crucial to winning these games, especially within the long run. However, sometimes you got to be able to adapt, because sometimes those predictions aren't going to be exactly on point. So your ability to adapt, your ability to out-rotate an enemy team, and then take fights when you know it's important, that's what's going to win games in the long run. It's Apex in general on board now with Pop-Tarts. Currently 1 player with blue shields at the moment, but they're not getting to any engagements over there. I've noticed that train station area being really hot when I'm playing in ranked, but it looks like in tournament play, not a lot of people electing to go there, so no early fights just yet. Still 20 squads remaining.
Definitely, and I think that the zones have pulled so far away from that it's made train kind of obsolete. As we see, Team Cheez-It is looking to be going for the same building that they were locking down before. Remember, they had the roof of this building for quite some time. This is one of the best spots that you can potentially hold. We'll see if they want to scan it before they elect to go in, but it looks to be free. Doors are closed. Loot is on the ground, so this has been unhit so far, and this is a free priority building at a very late point in time of this game. So nice job by Team Cheez-It locking things down. If I had to pick another building to put my team in, it would be that building that they're looking at right now. We talked about the endings previously for this one. There's an ending at that building. There's endings that are on top of the train track. There's endings that happen over towards that blue truck, and there's endings that happen more over towards these buildings, or potentially over towards that eggshell, more over towards that southwest side, about 50 meters in front of them. So a lot of different options here. Remains to be seen on which ones are the best ones so far. But one thing's for sure, getting into this spot is good, but finicky, not good. Eating almost all of his damage. Living with 1 HP, now having hit a battery and potentially a med kit. Fortunately, they don't get sent on. I have no idea where that damage came from.
I'm gonna be honest with you, neither do I. I was on board our Octane player who was scouting things out over towards the south side and just giving off information. Next year, I look on the kill feed, and Octane gonna lose all of his shields and his life. And does my man does Muller's roommate not know that he's in a tournament right now? You're gonna come in here to distract him. What's going on? Lock it in, team, roommate.
He's like, yo, your DoorDash is here. He's like, bro, I got Cheez-Its right here, man. He's actually the coach of team. It's the coach of Team Cheez-It, making sure everything's okay. He's like, yeah, man, all right, I just stopped downloading the new season of Rick and Morty. We're good. I did not mess up your internet. All right, we're straight. I stopped downloading things. And Melissa's like, yeah, man, I got a game to win. All right, get back into your room. I'm just.
You know, I think that's exactly what happened. I think that's great. That's great intel coming from T2. We always know that you've been able to break down gameplay, but even breaking down somebody's mindset right there. Beautiful plays as Rockstar absolutely thirsting that player, but his team nowhere to be found. So still 20 squads remaining. It looks like those 2 players are going to abandon their Gibby, and Rockstar they're going to be able to kill. Now we're going to find out what happens here because MKR wanted to get into an engagement as well. The shots are coming in. This Rampage, one of our newer weapons, absolutely insane from distance. Not as good from close range, but let me tell you, you hit 2 or 3 shots, and you are ripping shields from that mid to long range game.
Madness hasn't had much an opportunity to see his screen so far. Always one of the stronger R9 players. Has a great wingman as well, but electing to go with the Rampage. Purple mag. 2-4 scope there, and that's kind of underwhelming bins overall. Unless you're rocking the sniper rifle, get that gold mag. And we do have again that scan. We know exactly where this zone should be pulling. It's been fairly unpredictable in these first couple of games as we move in to the latter half of Team Cheez-It week here, and we do see potentially a vault opening. I'm not quite sure if they have the key, but it looks like Lethal Villains, after their win, looking to kind of capitalize on some more over here. Caustic gas coming over through the window. Dirty's taking a little bit of damage, have to climb up and take a different angle. Phoenix is ready for this one. As they enter, though, there's the massive shots. Not connecting for as much as they hoped for, but enough to at least back them off. Now the bubble comes down for the quick healing. Nice shot right there to take down that caustic gas as well. And they've maneuvered now outside. This is great communication into a different potential building over here. Phoenix taking a lot of damage, but hey, that was a risky fight. They were already split up. I like the play to get out of here, hold underneath the bridge. Also love these map changes to add a little bit more cover down here for teams that have to skedaddle.
Yeah, I love the collapse coming in from Lethal Villains, but they recognize that, hey, look, if we don't finish this fight fast enough, we're going to be in big trouble. So despite the amazing massive shots coming out of our Gibby player, they're going to like to out-rotate, but it looks like they've rotated right into the eyesight of FKP. Seer putting down the nades, R301 in hands, no sights, but it looks like he's still able to rip off shots.
And a great job of maneuvering throughout all of those grenades there. Fat Fruit Ninja's like chucking one, that looks good. Chucks another, that one looks good. None of them hit, so might as well just toss that Seer out and get a little 30 damage throughout all of that and find out where the next grenade's going to go. But that's 3 grenades and not one thing of damage. Now you have to deal with Tony across the map over here trying to get his Apex Predator on, hitting you with the charge rifle across the map.
I'll tell you, man. I mean, I'm rocking the charge rifle all the way until it gets down to about 4 or 5 squads. I'm cheeking off damage. I'm getting my shields to purple, then to red. Then I'm swapping shields out and getting my teammates up there. And then once it gets down to 4 or 5 squads, I have to use a real gun. That's when I get carried to victory. But either way, Pop-Tart's down a Seer player at the moment, and the respawn ends up getting timed out. They're going to be with 2 players for the rest of this here, game number 5.
And, you know, we took a little bit of an extended break in between games. That was definitely my bad. But now the players are like, wait a second, let's slow things down here. And let's make this as methodical as possible. We still have 20 squads left, 58 players left in this game. That is absolutely insane compared to what we've seen to start here during Cheez-It week. It was been an absolute bloodbath. In game number 2, we saw 50-50 after 50-50. Now things slowing up just a little bit. One of those teams to make things slow down was going to be Splash. They did find 1 kill. They were able to get turns in his banner back. Will they get that respawn right on the edge of the zone? It looks like that's exactly what Tangy is considering. And now they are going to have their full squad back up with loot to go. So nice job by Splash finally getting some kills. And it's always really unfortunate when you can't get your footing underneath you. I think eventually the best thing to do would be, if you're not winning those 50-50s, just split that loot or find another spot to go. That's what they did. Heads up play by Splash.
I think all of these teams are realizing that their margin for error is down to almost none. We're already in game 5 out of 6, and that's why we're seeing all these teams slow it down. They know that this is their final chance. It's not even about the kill points at this point. It's really about getting the extra 12 for first place, because no matter what, you're going to be guaranteed 2 to 3 kills to end the game. So I think everybody's playing for the long game right now. We're going into round 3 hill soon, and we already have 20 squads still remaining, but Splash trying to gatekeep that team a little bit, throwing an excellent nade. More damage coming down, so it looks like we're going to be down to 19 squads very soon here, Time.
Oh, I'm really glad to see someone use the wingman. I mean, it's still my favorite gun in the game, and possibly one of my favorite guns that we've ever seen in any game next to the Halo 1 pistol. So love to see Mercy put that thing to use, ripping some shields there onto our boy Crummy. Unfortunately for Crummy, he is going to be taken out. Banner is in hand for Kimchi Lee. Kind of only did that just to get that armor swap, though, so he could try to stay in this one as the pressure is coming from all different angles right now. A is eating some damage over towards the side. Kimchi trying to stay alive. He gets knocked from Zara Tricky. There goes the Devotion as well. Actually, excuse me, it's the Rampage. Looks very similar in the kill feed, but they're both tough to deal with. Is BDP now coexisting inside one of our Lava City buildings. And as this zone closes, we are going to get some really good information on where zone number 3 is. But hey, you know, they say 2 is better than 1, right? So might as well just stack your barrels on top of one another.
Yeah, I'm not good at math, but I definitely still know that 2 is more than 1. I've definitely passed that level of education here as the caustic gases are coming in. It looks like they're perfectly comfortable with holding down the second floor because anybody comes in and be taking that early damage coming in from the gas and also getting that intel. So BDP, they may not look like they're in a very advantageous position, but on the surface, however, they're really comfortable right now, and somehow firing off shots with our G7 scout is our Wraith player from BDP. So not only are they holding down that building, but they're even getting some early damage in.
I would love to see them troll with a portal here. They could potentially portal in right to where the end of that bubble is and do some serious damage and be third-partying this fight. That would have been a great opportunity to get involved here. Instead, they're just sitting on top, letting Airstream pick these kills up. You're going to have Madness come in as well. For the finish, Sumo is going to be done. Phoenix and Dirty, they are going to be out. Phoenix kept being popped here by Lan, and now Gordo and Brandon, fresh off of their thermal station drop, wondering where the heck Splash went. Now they're looking for the extra kills that they desperately need here as FKP over towards that geyser side. We saw them originally over towards that high ground. Now they made their way over down towards the low. Coexisting with another team, you can see that Seer is waiting to make their way through. As Phony gets a knock on to Ivan on your kill feed, that's going to be a separate fight that's taking place, but FKP, you can tell they really want to take this fight. I'm expecting Crispy Bacon after this. There has to be some sort of bubble engagement. RKT with the grenades as well. Bubbles popping in on both sides. These teams are ready to fight.
I'm on a diet. I can't go anywhere near Crispy Bacon, but either way, RKT coming in, and they want some clearly, but their Seer player is going to go down, and so does their Gibby. That's going to leave Horizon by herself. She's coming in for the weak side flank with the wingman, gets some excellent shots, but that's not going to be enough. FKP coming out the victors of that one without losing a single legend. Armor swaps coming in. They're ready for the third party as Pringles getting into another gunfight here, and like always, they're always winning. They're always winning their gunfights.
Their heart rate stayed the same throughout that fight. Cholesterol levels, not quite sure where they're at with Crispy Bacon on their team, but either way, still a very nice fight nonetheless as we see what Pringles is up to. Pringles is, again, one of those edge teams always looking to fight, trying to make things in their favor over here based on information that they get, but what type of information do they have? We're just joining this fight fairly late, so we don't necessarily know. Team Pop-Tarts, they have information in front of them. Looks like Lion is looking for the rip. He gets 145 there. Plenty of shots left in this one. 123 there to the back as well. Unfortunately, Z Davis is out on this one, so it makes pushing this just a little bit more hesitant. Grenade in hand, too. If he can land this one, that could be phenomenal damage. Looks like that one's a little bit short. And the roof is being a little bit of a nuisance there for Lion as he can't get those grenades in. But either way, 2 great Kraber shots to start. Looking for a third, but looks like he's getting collapsed on too. So unfortunate situation for Pop-Tarts as they are pinched in between 2 teams.
Yeah, I can tell that player, if it wasn't for the bridge, he probably would have threw that nade up to the sky to cancel out any indicators, and the explosion landing right on impact. FKP coming out with another big win, in Pop-Tarts in a non-advantageous position. They're going to lose their life along with the Kraber going in the hands of Airstream, I'm sure. Only 12 squads remaining. Airstream not getting third party just yet. I'm surprised. They're in a pretty bad spot. There we go. Here comes the jump pad. G7 scouts coming in. Wraith is going to end up going down. Gibby losing all of his shields. Sears almost down to 1 shot. This is not looking good for Airstream. Can they come out on top?
RCO's in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Madness goes down to Team Razor. You can see playing the roof of the priority building over here. If it does pull over towards here, and it does, we're going to have an eggshell ending right on top of that respawn beacon. We touched base on the numerous endings over towards Lava City. This is one of those that we mentioned. All the teams inside the buildings will eventually have to make their way out. One team that doesn't, though, you can see just a sliver of this zone is going to be in, which means literally 3 to 4 teams still could play this building if they wanted to. 1 on each level. However, you can see the other team is interested in being as annoying as possible. So a little bit of posturing back and forth for Team Razor. Things will slow down once that zone closes, but for now, all eyes on this building.
And again, I think this is a perfect time to take advantage of a Seer Revenant composition. Like if you're one of those teams that early rotates towards the hill and you have no problem gatekeeping, when you see a team that's under you, I say you drop that Revenant ult, you push them, and then even if you get sent back to the totem, you use Seer's tactical ability to stop them from healing, and then you keep the pressure on. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a lot of these teams experiment with it. I mean, Revenant was already getting a lot of play, and I think now he's even more viable if you combine him with a Seer and a jump pad coming from Octane.
Yeah, the only problem is when you run into situations where you actually need that Gibraltar, right? Where the defensive bombardment comes down, when these zones end out with the open, when you need that res, still Gibby's utility is just so strong. Depends on, what you want to do. But here's the thing is Gibby, it's just easier to put a Band-Aid on things than it is to go into surgery. And I really think that Revenant, in my opinion, is kind of a surgical player where you need to have actual strategy. People could think, oh yeah, in matchmaking, it's totally easy to just run at people. It is. But in these high-level lobbies where you're constantly worried about third parties, where players know the little intricacies of the game, playing Revenant is not as easy as just picking the player and letting it fly. Gibby, on the other hand, he does have a little bit of a skill gap. You need to learn how to use him. But if you have used him before, you definitely understand the type of situations that he's good for. So I just think that the skill gap for Revenant, also the utility from Gibby is just too strong, and that's why we're not seeing as many Revenants as maybe you would hope for. But it's still on the plate, and I do think that that's something that players should be experimenting with. As we take a look at what Applejacks is doing, they are locking things down in the middle, and this is what we're talking about with the value of the Gibby here, where you're in an end zone and you're feeling really good about your spot. But what happens if a defensive bombardment comes down? What happens if one of your players get knocked or take a lot of damage? You need that quick healing. That's where you need that Gibby. You also need a Gibby when you're advancing towards the open area, just like this right now too. You got about 12 seconds to keep the focus off you, decide, regroup what you want to do. And now Applejacks is feeling that wrath right now as they are worried about a handful of different teams entering inside this little eggshell.
We're now down to single-digit squads at the moment, and what a beautiful thermite coming out of our Gibby play here from Applejacks, able to put down maximum damage, but the discipline coming in. They want to keep this position here and gatekeep everybody out. The question is, can they stay alive? Because Pringles are on the prowl. Here they come. Massive shot comes, I think it was 72, absolutely ripping that Gibby. He's going to go down, and just like that, well, I think that might have been maybe a 4-second fight. We're down to 7 squads.
Yeah, 4 seconds and 4 shots is really all Fury needed throughout all that. I mean, just ridiculous plays coming out as we see the alternator being used there. Alternator Mastiff in hands for Fury, as they do have a player on the ropes over towards the corner. They have a scan as well, so they know the information. It is the last player on, I believe it was Team Cheez-It, but they didn't pick up that kill. It was Dupe potentially across the map stealing that one, and they want revenge now. Fury's like, what's going on? That was ours. We were hunting that one down. But we have to wait for Phony's bubble to come back. Once that happens, they will be playing the outside, south side of that respawn beacon area directly in front of them. So things slowing down here for the next 5 seconds, but they will be making their move and again advancing, and it's going to lead up onto Phony. I mean, they have a couple options. They could potentially bounce pad up to the very top. I'm pretty sure that you could land on top of there. And that's exactly actually what Team Razor is thinking.
That they are now. Razor having the ultimate height advantage. Luckily, they have the bubble shield for now, but I wonder once that expires, how much angles they'll be able to get caught on them as they're looking down on their opponents. That's going to be intel right behind them, ripping off a few shots, but they're going to keep this height advantage for as long as possible. I'm liking it right now. Things are looking very good if you're a fan, and the rampage is absolutely disgusting. Bombardment coming in from our Gibby player.
And you can see just the high IQ play, making their way all the way from the top of the map now to Lava City. That's not easy to do. Not only that, they picked the priority building. They had a plan afterwards to go and lock down a great spot as well. And now they're feeling really good about being in this position. I mean, the zone is ending basically directly on top of them. They could do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick off all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kill's not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time. There's just so many players, Tony, down low. They don't know who they want to focus. All these teams are just waiting to be picked off by Team Razor.
We're already in round number 6, only 27 seconds left, and we still have 6 squads remaining. Luckily, all of Razor's players currently having red shields, and like you said before, they are sitting pretty up here above the hill, have all the angles that they need. Ultimate bombardment going all the way. Everybody wants intel off the map, especially Splash. They come in for the collapse. That's going to be it. Intel, we're gone. 5 squads remaining.
Just nice to see Splash get some sort of momentum after having such a rough go of things, not getting off of their spawn and thermal station. Now they finally split the loot. Now they finally make their way into the top 5 and are actually playing the game. I feel like they haven't even been able to play the game quite yet, and now they're running as fast as possible. Olympic gold medal world record status to the bottom of this zone where they're going to take down, I believe Team Pringles actually is going to get the better of. You can see the great shots coming through. Now it's just one player alive and unfortunately not able to utilize that lifeline in a fight that lasts just a couple of seconds. These fights are so fast. They're tricky with some great angles right there. They actually get one more knock, so now we're in a 3-on-3-on-2 situation here. Most likely going to be a Razor versus Pringles ending. Huge advantage though, in my opinion, over to Team Razor. But what happens in this type of instance, when they do have to drop, they are going to get a gun punch. So we'll see how Pringles wants to play this one. If they want to kind of peek and lay down some shots while they're on the top, or if they want to wait and kind of turtle towards the bottom until Team Razor has to drop, and then they'll strike. We'll see exactly what the strategy is going to be. But one thing's for sure, they have to deal with this rat first.
That they do, and it looks like it's going to be dealt with immediately because here comes the push, and that's going to be it. Only 2 squads remaining, and if you wonder how Razor has always been in the top 4, it's because a high IQ play sitting above, now dropping down. That's going to be it. Razor are your champions of game number 4. Game number 5.
They weren't able to take game number 4, but they were able to take game number 5, and they did it in fashion. Huge IQ, just like we were talking about, showing a lot of facets in their game, coming all the way from Skyhook, making their way over towards Lava City, getting the roof, not only getting the roof of the big building in Lava City, setting the bounce pad over to get to the top of the eggshell, and then taking down Team Pringles in that straight-up fight. That rat kind of proved a little bit of a nuisance over Team Pringles' side. It cost them a little bit of HP, a little bit of ammo, and that's exactly when Team Razor decided to strike. That was game number 5. Stay with us, Series E. We are going to be back for game number 6 and wrap this thing up for Team Cheez-It Week on our open day right after this.
Well, I have been playing Apex Legends since 5 days after it came out. I saw Dizzy encourage JD play Wraith, and I was instantly in love with how awesome the movement and the gameplay and gunplay itself all came together.
The G2, this was a squad that was just absolutely punishing them as Mollis is still bleeding out on the ground. They got the kill onto Raps. Now it's all up to Imperial Hal, who does get finished off by.
My role for the Team Cheez-Its is a little bit of a flex. I can support a little bit. I feel like I help with rotations. I guess that counts as IGL. And then I'm a little bit of a fragger, but I think my team overall is just really, really solid, and we can kind of all frag out.
Looks like it. Finicky, hello. There's the bubble. You can use it.
Yeah, bubble out from the other side now as they haven't lost anyone quite yet, and they will survive. 6XZs get taken out.
I think for myself, I am just a competitive individual. My whole entire life just been doing sports, and I think video games is pretty much the same exact thing. It's just a video game. But that competitive nature, that competitive drive to be able to be the best you possible, as well as playing against some of the best to be able to fine-tune your skills and see how you match up against somebody else is one of the biggest things that going into competitive Apex, like you just want respect more than, I mean, but more than the money. You just want the respect of your peers, of other good players. If you're ever looking for a snack while gaming, you're going to want to check out walmart.com/esports arena for all of your cheesy needs. My name is Finicky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
All right, everyone. Yeso here once again. Game 5 all set there. And Team Razor, we talked about it during my last segment. They hadn't gotten the win to match Sniper Meta. They got it there, able to grab that victory over a very good-looking Team Pringles squad there at the end. Razor had the God spot. They push it to the win. So congratulations to them, and that's definitely going to have them feeling very good at the top of our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Tony and Tom. But here, let's check out our player of the game. 5 games in the books and just 1 more to go, and it's going to be Zera Tricky grabbing it for that 5th game. 4 kills and 2 assists and just shy of 2,000 damage as Team Razor grabs a very big victory. We've seen them win open nights earlier on this season. Intel has been dominating the last 2 weeks, but Razor looking to reclaim that throne. And they also have to make up quite a good margin on our cumulative standings. Intel, with their past 2 weeks' performances, had really opened up a gap at the top of the standings, and Razor is trying to close that and play catch up here. Definitely a good performance tonight is going to help them out on that front. Do want to remind you guys once again, we're doing a giveaway. It's Cheez-It week. We got a big Cheez-It pack that does include a Razer Huntsman Elite keyboard. And if you want to win the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway in chat is going to give you all of the information that you need to enter. So make sure to do that here. I'll remind you guys again tomorrow. The giveaway will be running through the end of the week. So I'll keep you guys up to date on that. 5 games done, just 1 more to go. We head to a quick break now, but when we come back, Tony and Tom will get you ready for the final game of the day.
Okay, so I've been playing Apex since day 1, first day it came out, and I've always just been into Battle Royale, FPS games, and just wanted to try it out.
Will, Mollis, and Golden be able to clutch this one up? Hits a quick sell there. Almost got the knock on to that Gibraltar, missing out on that Q.
So my main legend right now is Gibby. He's just really strong. His bubble, his airstrikes are so useful in comp right now. And for guns, I like to run the Scout for range and any kind of shotgun that I can get.
Along with maybe another 4th team throughout all of this. Rizuki picking up some kills, but he does go down for that now. Golden trying to hold out on his own, pulls out the G7 Scout. And with
I think my role in the team is definitely support. I think I really tie the team together and hold it down.
Up, it's going to be Rice Krispies on the other side. Maul's getting that first knock, and now Nemusena might be the next one to fall as they swap on out. Finicky picks that one up. Clinical is the only one alive, gets the bat off at the very least, but it's still a 1v.
You know, sometimes we fight and bicker a little bit, but to be honest, we're all pretty chill, you know, level-headed guys, and we get along, and I think the more we play, the better we get, and it's a lot of fun. If you're looking to snack like me while gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for the Cheez-It products you need. My name is Golden, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series E. T-Square and Tony bringing you the action. We're going into Game 6. It's kind of flown by today. We've had a lot of action, but overall, Team Razor is looking like they are back in form from Season 1 now in Season 3 of Series E. Let's take a look at that Mobile 1 leaderboard and just see where they stand and who potentially could catch up to them. And it is Team Pringles. It's your boys, Tony. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, there's no surprise there. Team Razor sitting at 73 points, but my boys Pringles pulling up the rear and somehow going after Sniper Meta have been holding that top 2 placing literally all tournament long, and finally Team Pringles able to break through, but they still have a mountain to climb. They're going to have one heck of a Game 6, and they need to hope that Team Razor isn't in the top 3 or getting a crazy amount of kills. I'm hoping they could do it, but they're fighting a bit of an uphill battle.
And you got to give credit to these two teams here. I mean, not only Team Razor and Team Pringles, let's take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment from the previous game, but Sniper Meta and Lethal Villains. These are two teams. When we look at their teams that we're popping up here, we're looking at Noct and Madness's team and Rambo. Well, they've been kind of silenced, and some of these other teams have been popping up for sure. Granted, that is a kind of a throw together team, but we take a look at this moment here and we can see what it's like when you are a skilled and experienced team that has been together for quite some time. Just like Team Razor has the big brain, the high IQ plays, again, the high rotation from Skyhook down to the bottom of the map, making their way into Lava City, hitting the bounce pad to get on top of the eggshell there. They were the only team that was considering that, and they had a lot of opportunities. Surprisingly, they weren't able to pick up as many kills as they were hoping for. And the only reason is because Intel was sitting on that rock, and they had to focus Intel because Intel was the only team that had an angle on them. So that while they wanted to look around and pick off all the other kills, they couldn't, because if they expose their back over towards Intel, Intel's going to laser them, and then they're going to Valkyrie up onto that height. And that's what Team Razor was worried about the entire time. You saw Zeratricky constantly checking to the sky to see if that was, in fact, Team Intel that has gone with the Valkyrie ultimate to go and try to take their position, and that's what Team Razor was worried about. Fortunately for them, that didn't happen. They focused Team Intel, they took them down, and now we're kind of in this situation where will Pringles catch up to Team Razor, or can Team Razor take this week during Team Cheez-It week? It remains to be seen as we get ready for game number 6. I'm pretty hyped. Hope you guys are too at home. Thank you guys for joining us. And we have had a couple 50-50s, but a lot of the 50-50s stopped in game number 5 as a lot of respect for the players and a lot of respect for the points that are needed started to come together. But Tony, you ever watch game 6 in any type of tournaments, whether it's Series E, anything at all, especially Series E during the open day, things start to get a little bit crazy, a little bit hectic here in the final game.
And that's where I live, is in that craziness, in that madness. And it looks like we're switching gears over to where the hometown team, Team Cheez-It, already knocking a player. It looks like they want to thirst him, but they need to watch out. I think he has a couple more teammates that might end up pushing. RE45 putting in that work. Cheez-It's already having a kill on the board.
Very impressive from Team Cheez-It. And interestingly enough, that it is Team Intel. And I don't feel like they were contesting each other earlier, but maybe something was said in the lobby. You never really know. Maybe some messages were sent on Discord, like, yo, catch me at Fragment. How about that? And it seems like that is what's going on right now between these two teams. And coming through with just your default armor, too. RE45 Mastiff, not what I would like to typically start. That's like a shambles arena start, if you ask me.
That's definitely a round 1 going into that RE45, which you get maximum value over in the arenas. But I have to agree with you on that one. But either way, with the Eva being nerfed a little bit, I think that really helped the Mastiff and Peacekeeper become more viable. Now it's an entire shotgun meta. It's still absolutely amazing, but it's not just one where everybody's running the Eva. Now, if you want to be that hardcore Gibby player, I think you're doing good with the Mastiff, putting in that shots while that animation goes off, you duck behind cover. Same thing with the Peacekeeper. Charge it up, put in the shots, back down behind the shields. I think the Peacekeeper and Mastiff are highly viable now.
Yeah, no more Sag Eva 8 memes where seen a couple where it's like, he's weak, push him. Oh, never mind, he had Eva 8. So now it's just, well, he had shotgun. And if you're going to push people inside of a bubble, well, you better expect to get shotgun. That's just really how it is. A lot of the controller players, or just players in general, will elect for maybe a double automatic weapon. R301 Prowler could be a really strong combination. Speaking of R301 and one of our top teams right now, look at the tracking there coming in from Blight. That was the flat line. However, Rolders is going to be knocked. Now it's up to Protectful here in a 2-on-1 situation. Does have the EVA 8. Getting a little bit of old school nated Ferris wheel there, if you know what that is. He's not able to connect with the shots, and now out of this world, going to be able to take down Sniper Meta. Looks like a third party is coming through though, so Crummy's going to be able to finish this one off, and in style is Team Rockstar going to pick up these kills.
And look at that. And with game number 5, we had 20 squads going into round number 3. And before round 1 is complete, we are already down to 16 squads. Rockstar coming out on top in this one, and they play with their life. They already have their shields, and they're ready for any third parties that want to come in to challenge them, and even have a player upgrading over towards Purple Shield.
You know what's weird about having Seer now, and as we have a Bloodhound in this lobby, is you don't really know what's going on when people just randomly start looking at walls and zooming in, right? It's like, wait a second, can we get this guy checked out? Well, now you really can't, because it's part of the game now, okay? So any type of weird stuff and weird movement that's going on, well, it's all accepted here now because of the fact that wall hacks are a thing. So it started with Bloodhound. Now there's a couple of different wall hacks. We'll see who the stronger wall hacker is moving forward. Will Abe's be able to represent for the long-lost Bloodhound fans another Southern Zone? Very rare to see this many Southern Zones, but I've been happy with the amount of different love we've seen across the map. Really, the only spot not getting any love today in terms of end zones would be that like northeast side, that Fragment West, Fragment East, Epicenter, Overlook, Survey, and Clementizer, I guess it's called. I kind of missed the refinery name. It's a lot easier to say.
I'm going to go with Climatizer, but I'm not exactly sure as Splash, and not exactly sure what happened. They've already lost a singular player, and they're actually getting collapsed on, so that player's down. We have 6 XZs trying to push up with an Octane, Gibby, and Seer combination. I'm sure the Seer attack will be coming in soon. There it is. Shots are ringing out, and now all the information they need in order to finish off this collapse.
I like the angles being taken here. Everybody taking unorthodox angles, trying to create opportunities for themselves and for their teammates to continue to push and get ahead of any advantages that they may have. Pretty decent shots there from the R301, especially without a scope, cracking some shields across the way, trying to upgrade the Evo armor along the way, as well as we know that this zone is pulling over towards that south-hand side, so we're going to see a lot of teams starting to posture over here. And one of the teams that we have to keep our eye out through all of this would be Team Pringles, because they are trying to take away that #1 spot from Team Razor, and both those teams have very similar styles where they want to play the edge. So it's going to be interesting to see when they decide they want to make the move.
Rockstar actually getting ultimate bombardment, and Octane, despite being only 2 damage away from upgrading his shields, is now taking heavy damage. Razor are on the prowl. Here comes the Prowler shots coming from mid-range, able to crack that player, and he's hitting flesh. Things are looking very good for Razor. Now they're going to keep their height advantage.
Where's the charge rifle when you need it? Mercy only. Looking at this grenade that's potentially going to stick him in the head. Hello, those grenades are coming at you. You just looked at them. Pretty interesting play there from Mercy, as they are holding this top platform area, and looks like they're not even getting contested right now. There was a couple of teams in the area. There goes the Wraith portal. You can even see where the end of the portal is too. If you're wondering if they want to push that one, the answer right now currently is no. So they're just slowing things down, worried about potential third parties, and then they want to make their play. Really, Razor is one of the smarter teams that we have. They're not going to just randomly push a fight unless they feel that it's going to be smart. They were moving in to try to third party right there, and now that the heat is a little bit too much, they're going to have to just hold things off until they want to go and make their next play. But unfortunate timing there, as we do have a very fast-paced game number 6. We were predicting this. 14 squads left here.
Razor simply playing winning Apex as they're going in for the rotation and then towards the hill. 14 squads remaining, as you said, already having a player in gold shield, 1 in purple, and 1 sitting behind in blue. But that's going to be our Gibby player, which I would not be surprised if that gets upgraded very soon here. He's electing not to go with the G7 Scout or that longbow, so he doesn't want to play range. It looks like that team is going to play up close, and one team that loves to get up close and personal is Rockstar. We have our Wraith already having 390 damage in.
Yeah, and 2 away from upgrading it for Crummy here, as he's got 273 damage, a couple kills to his name as well. Over towards this Harvester side, we'll figure out exactly what their plan is going to be here very shortly. Pringles They're still on the edge of the zone. Just like we were talking about Pringles and Razor, the two teams that are fighting out for first place and second right now. You can see the Pringles in the back of Fury's area, fueling him up. He's got his jersey on. He's ready to go. We'll see if they're going to be able to take this one down and get the dub. They've been one of our strongest teams that we've seen in Series E, not just this season, but really in Series E history. I mean, there's a couple of teams that come to mind. Pringles definitely one of them. Definitely got to give credit to the Season 1 Razor squad as well, and I'm glad to see them go. They originally had Muffins for quite some time. They got rid of Mercy. Mercy's back, though, after not having the performances that they were hoping for, and I really think that team will continue to put up some serious numbers as they continue to re-gel back into what their former squad was. As you can see the knock and the finish going on to Maniac, and Team Pringles just specializes in this. They are not concerned about getting into the ring right now. They are looking for the weaker teams, the teams that possibly got reses, the teams that are looking for extra loot, or the teams that don't know how they're going to rotate. They're going to pick those players apart, and then they're going to make the rotation in.
Yeah, round 1 and round 2 here are easily manageable as long as you make sure that you have the resources that you need, all the syringes and all the meds, and you should be okay. I would say once it gets to that round 3, round 4, you really have to start respecting that the damage that the ring can do. So we're going to find out what Pringles are going to do here. Clearly, they're comfortable with getting with the late rotations. All they got to worry about is not getting gate kept, because that's the problem comes in when you try to push into a hill and there's a team just sitting on top of a roof, just simply waiting for you to push in.
Fortunately, not as much gatekeeping happens on our open days as it does in our pro days, which allows you this freedom to continue to run around, especially when 6 squads have been eliminated. There's a lot of different options here, and as long as you leave yourself about a minute and a half on the clock, you will be able to check out option A, B, and C to see what's behind door number 1, 2, or 3. And right now, door number 1 seems to be fairly clear for Pringles as they're making their way through into the safety of this zone, and now they're just going to heal back in and reset. So everything A-okay over here. We did see action earlier on this part of the map, but things kind of chilling out a little bit as 6 squads got eliminated immediately, and now players kind of posturing for these extra points as we move into the top 10.
I'm still trying to figure out why my man has 240 shots rocking the wingman. God bless. I mean, how many shots are you firing off here? Jeez, I mean, maybe because I'm not good with the wingman. I don't need that many shots. I'm not going to hit any of them, so I'm not going to shoot them. 14 squads already at the moment on board here with Cheez-It during Cheez-It week. This is game number 6, do or die. We're going to find out what happens here. So far, we have, I believe our top team has 73 points, but I mean, 2, 3, and 4, they're within striking distance. Anything can happen here after game number 6.
You really need to respect where Team Cheez-It is at, and I think that's exactly what Team Pringles and Razor are doing. They're directly in the middle of the zone here, and basically, you know, in this given point in time, the top 5 teams are all kind of looking for each other on the kill feed, deciding exactly how they want to go and play this one. Yeah, you're looking for your early opportunities, but for the most part, it's kind of a waiting game. You're waiting to see if those players are going to get eliminated or whether they're picking up a lot of kills or not. And now you know at the pace that you have to play at. And right now, Team Cheez-It A-okay with the pace, sitting in the middle of the zone, trying to pick up some extra points based on placement and get those kill points just a little bit later. Applejacks have not had the best day. Typically, when you don't have the best day, you change your composition a lot, you change your legends a lot. Kubsky now playing his 3rd different legend in 6 games. Applejack's still struggling to find that footing.
And they've already lost their Seer player, by the way, and they were not able to recover the banner. So, I mean, where most teams are fully loaded right now, having all 3 of their players, they're sitting with 2, one of them being with White Shield. So if you're a fan of Applejacks, you have to be a little worried here. Luckily, they have good position. They can hold down this building, but the question is, for how long? When everybody's going to know soon that you only have 2 players due to Seer's ultimate coming in. And I'll tell you, Seer gives you so much information. It is absolutely insane.
Bounce pad is going to go over towards that door, kind of treating that as a caustic barrel to try to stop players from entering from that side. Meanwhile, Kubsky is cooking this grenade in his hand, waiting for players to enter in. However, grenade not going to connect. Thermite not going to connect. It looks like he was stuck possibly from behind. He was. Bubble is going to go down somehow. And Arcstar made it through. Blueberry is doing whatever he can. I mean, amazing shots there with the EVA 8. But you really can't do anything in that 2 versus 3. Almost as 1 versus 3 scenario as Kubsky was just so weak. He couldn't really have any presence on the map. That's going to be Applejacks getting eliminated. Not their day. Unfortunately, we'll see how they do tomorrow in our pro day. Meanwhile, FKP, one of our open teams, looking for some more blood over here. Fat Fruit Ninja getting that heartbeat scan through the wall, looking for some more heartbeats over here. Nope, he's not cheating. He's just using Seer.
That he is, like you said before. I mean, the bronze level game player, if you or people handing their controller to their little brothers and having them ADS a wall, it looked crazy before. Now it's what people are doing with the heartbeat. It's absolutely insane. FKP did a great job of clearing things out, but Pringles getting into an engagement. Wingman's in the hands of our Octane player who's sitting back trying to give as much information as possible while putting in damage. We have our Seer player moving up, putting down shots with the G7 Scout, ripping them off, absolutely shredding that player. All of his shields are gone, and he's even hitting flesh.
And there's Presley coming through, trying to gather some more information, deciding how they want to go and approach this one. Defensive bombardment already used to go and pick up that kill as well. Kraber in hand for Kimchi, though. See what Team Rockstar is going to be able to do. You can see that odd job-like hat just waiting to be ripped off there by Kimchi. Not able to get the angle, though, as that Seer player isn't going to go and peek quite yet. Now he's going to be like, all right, well, if you're not peeking, I'm going to advance and peek on you. But there was a lot of different heads to go and pop off there, so have to choose wisely as you don't get that many Kraber shots. That barrel doesn't go exactly where young Pop-Tart was hoping for. BDP stuck inside this building, but this Caustic is proving very valuable here as it's continuing to use that with the Digi-Threat Prowler too. There's such a nuisance on this side of the building, but running low on these barrels and getting ripped apart from the side as well. The res does come through, but he's going to have to get res himself as Bam Click starts to push in now. Finicky's there as well. This is a RCO Cheez-It party, actually. 3 teams involved.
Shots were coming in from all sides, both of the doors and even the window. That does not spell success for that player. And now we're switching gears back over to Cheez-It. Currently doing really well with the G7 Scout as our Gibby player, cheeking off damage, 47 away from getting himself into purple and gatekeeping that angle right there. Great shots, great plays by Cheez-It. Not going to convert to kills just yet, but you get yourself your shields, you get yourself your utilities, and eventually that's going to help in the long run. As I'm looking at the kill feed, more shots ringing out. Seer goes down, Pop-Tart's down a member. Can they pull off the 2v3 against Rockstar?
It's going to be tough. Crummy actually was knocked, I believe, by the zone throughout all of this. So when he gets res back up, he should have his shields, but not his health. So that's going to be pretty decent to start things, because when you get shot at, actually, it's going to bring him back up with full shields too. So they get the finish on the Lion throughout all of this, who is eating a lot of zone damage. And they'll finish off this other player as well, which is going to be Z Davis. And I really feel like that's the story of Team Pop-Tarts. You know, Z Davis or Lion getting knocked, and we don't know where this third player ends up throughout all of this. You know, ratting is great, but it's not going to really get you anywhere now, especially with two legends, excuse me, with tactical abilities that are going to show where you're at. But this is who I want to see. I want to see MKR coming through with the swiftness. One of our stronger team fighting teams here have not been able to get things going quite yet, as Knock, Rambo, and Madness are looking for some points over here on the outskirts of the map on that tree side before they decide that they want to make their way over towards where this zone is going to end. There's a couple kills going left and right. Unfortunately, none of them go on over towards Knock's way, but they still are able to continue to have a pretty solid game over here. If you would have said that this team wasn't sitting in the top 5 before we started, I would have said you're crazy, but right now we've had some pretty solid performances by other open teams.
Only 9 squads remaining for game number 6, and I said it before, it is do or die. You get no more chances, and Rockstar well aware of it with the Kraber in hands. 116 damage on the gold player, not enough to put him down, but it takes down all of his shields and probably even half of his life. Rockstar even taking some heavy damage for the Bloodhound player. Again, as you said before, the forgotten Bloodhound, as he's going for the ankle shot. Oh my goodness, if he hits that, I'm gonna go insane.
Going for the Chihuahua shot right there, the little ankle biter. Not going to really land, though, as Rice Krispie Treats now with the Mastiff. This is what I love the Mastiff for, but there's tons of grenades sitting in the way. Clinical trying to get out of there. There's a nice R301 spray. Hip fire going to climb up over towards the top. There's the bait and switch coming through as well with the Horizon EVA 8 in hand. And there's the finishes to take over this cart, which was priority for quite some time, as Nimusona with the flatline, the 2-4. We've seen it been in use a ton so far. Tango get Lightstar Joe in the PvP, hitting the heels as well. Unfortunately for Rockstar, they somehow lost A's. I have no idea how Rambo was able to get that kill. To me, it looks like Abe's could have noobed it, man. He could have noobed it and fell down.
You know what, it might have, and you know what, and going into game number 6 of an so important tournament, you got to keep your mistakes down to a minimum. Even if it comes to not jumping off the map, like even getting clipped and making yourself a hard target is so important when it comes to these big tournaments like we're seeing right here. Kraber still in the hand of Kim Chi Lee, our Wraith player. Really good position. We're going at the end of round 5, going into round 6, and there are still 7 squads remaining. This game is really slowed down. Hold on. I'm seeing a little bit of engagement down. It looks like our I guess our pro squad, or at least made up of different pro players, are taking some damage, and Rockstar actually getting their Bloodhound player, getting their banner. Hopefully a revive is going to come in soon.
And now they all die because they gave up that position. So Crummy's like, don't worry, man. I could jump pad back up. Wait a second. I can't reach it. Okay, you're by yourself up there. Are you going to go for the res? And now everyone dies because Aves died. So we'll see if Rockstar's going to be able to hold that spot off. I hope that they get Aves back in this one and res him. That he's even able to get his loot back. That'd be lit. But we'll see what CLG Madness has to say about that. Knocks in the vicinity. Rambo's there as well. It was the Rampage by Rambo. They even got that knock on Aves to begin with. So surprisingly, they left that box and left that banner to be picked up with one respawn still in the zone. We'll see if they're going to be able to get this one back in. But Razor looking for back-to-back wins. Also looking for 3 top 2 performances out of 6 games and the dub, which would be big. Zeratricky has thrown some amazing defensive bombardments before. This team is trapped inside, so it looks like he wants to get them inside and then use that defensive bombardment to go and toss the Arc Stars in, which is great, but it needed to be met with some more utility from his teammates. Now they're just all running back and forth. That team is fairly weak. Could be a bubble advancement coming through, but Hakulo still needs to heal throughout all of this too. So now Pringle's making their way down towards the bottom. We know where Crummy was. We know where Knock and Rambo was, and Pringle's going to be able to pick up those kills.
And somehow Pringle's always making it into the top 5, but they are taking some heavy damage, and the information is coming in. That team is actually going in for the ape.
Nice
the
bubble.
Bubble's going down. Nades are coming in. And what are Pringles going to do here? Can they get away with their life?
Just what a great bubble there. I mean, the bubble was so good that it even allowed Fury to throw a grenade underneath, and then that forced the enemy bubble out, and then they had to back out of the bubble because the grenade made it inside. So just really a heads-up macro play coming in from Team Pringles, just working together, communicating, doing exactly what they need to, as Aves is going to be dropped for the second time. Looked like they were able to get him back into the game, but at what cost? Is Finicky now trying to stay alive desperately with the knockdown shields. We've seen this from him before. He's pulled off some great plays, but will it? Oh, you have to hit the insta-res. There it is. He's going to be getting it, but it's inside the zone, and no! That's not the way you want to go out. Unfortunately, we caught that one on camera in 4K.
Only 3 squads remaining, and it looks like that team is dropping down, going in. Peacekeeper in the hands of our Octane player. Beautiful shots, and even cracking the player, getting towards the flesh. My gosh, that player's going to go down, but there's a rat still there. Thermites are coming in out of Rockstar, who are down their Octane player, and this is not looking good. Even their Bloodhound only having white shields, so Rockstar really have to pull something out of the playbook in order to come out on top.
And throughout all this, Aves is alive, Crummy's dead. So, yeah, that's a good teammate. Thanks, Crummy, for getting Aves back in this one. At what cost, though, is this platform has been under contention for quite some time. Kim Chi Lee rocking things down. Just down to 1 weapon, though. Remember, he's the one with the Kraber, so makes things just a little bit sticky here. Is I believe we're in a maybe 2-on-3-on-1 scenario. So if that's the case, Kim Chi's going to be checking the back, making sure everything is all good. Aves making sure he doesn't fall off the map. And then they're going to be looking pretty solid. With the team waiting as a full 3-man squad below is going to be Team Razor. So there goes the scan. And there goes the finish right there onto Fury. Full on 2-on-3 now. And they even have in the top right 5 players showing. So they know straight up that this is a 2-on-3. Rockstar, I think they'd be crazy to drop on this one, but they may have to.
And even though this team only having 2 players left in Rockstar, it's still looking good for them because they have that height advantage on Razor. So it's kind of an even matchup here. Razor really needs to get an easy pick, put down the damage. That I don't think they know that Bloodhound has white shields just yet, but they're 1 Seer ult away and 1 Seer attack away from finding that out. And once they do, I think they're going to get really aggressive and maybe even zip up towards them possibly.
Zipping up there would be absolutely crazy, but I think they may go for it. It's going to be a side jump pad instead. Big brain plays again coming out from Razor. They're eating a lot of damage, though. Hakulo is fairly weak. They're going to have to take out the wingman now since the Kimchi Lee is the last one alive. He gets the knock. Hakulo's healing down below. They're going for a heal off. This is actually crazy. Hakulo will be able to pull it out. Kimchi Lee's in his queue. I think that should be enough, actually, for Kimchi to pull this one out. It's not. Razor takes the dub. Hakulo, oof. Risky play, but it pays off for him. Back-to-back wins and the overall win coming in for Team Razor. What a final game.
Yeah, once Razor got that information that player, I mean, it was a 3v2. That player even only had white shields, and there was just a matter of time before they got aggressive, pushed up towards them, and just closed it out. Beautiful plays coming out of them. Just good, fundamental Apex.
And that was our final game. We're going to tally up the scores. We know that Team Razor is probably sitting over the top of the leaderboard, but we have to get the accumulative points and find out who's getting second place because they're in the money as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? My name is Malus. I'm about to try the double cheese snapped Cheez-It flavor. Really cheesy. That's good. If you ever need some new gear or snacks while gaming, go to walmart.com/esportsarena for everything you need. My name is Malus, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Yo, what up? My name is Finicky, and I'm fixing to try the scorching hot cheddar Cheez-It right now. Whoa. Wow, that's pretty spicy. Pretty spicy. So, if you're wanting a snack that's gonna light up the tip of your tongue, you're gonna grab one of these bad boys. If you're ever looking for a snack while gaming, you're going to want to check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your cheesy needs. My name is Finicky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Golden, and I'm about to try the white cheddar Cheez-It for the first time. It's really good, really cheddary. If you're looking to snack like me while gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for the Cheez-It products you need. My name is Golden, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here once again. Game 6, all set there, and Team Razor grabs a big victory to close out the day. And something tells me I think they're going to be sitting at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Tony and Tom. Big performance from them, and it really looks to be Tuesday nights might just be the Razor and Intel show. If Razor does in fact take it, which I'm betting they do, it would be 2 open night victories for Razor and 2 for Intel so far this season. So very interesting pattern there, and we'll have to see if Razor can try and string together 2 when we go into next Tuesday. But they will certainly be looking at tomorrow night, trying to carry some momentum from their great performance here tonight. Let's check out our final player of the game here for game number 6, and it's going to be Mr. Hakulo. 3 kills, 1 assist. Bit of a lower kill game for him, just under 900 damage, but it doesn't matter. They got into the placement that they needed, grabbed even more points for themselves, and it's going to help them in chasing down Team Intel, as I talked about earlier tonight. They need to close that gap in our cumulative standings, and this win will go a long way towards that. So big performance from Mr. Hakulo, and we'll see how things shake out when we go back to Tony and Tom. Do want to remind you guys, stick around tomorrow night. We're back here once again at 4 p.m. Pacific time for Pro Night. I'll remind you guys once again, we're going to a quick break. When we come back, Tony and Tom will check out the Mobile 1 leaderboard and get you ready for the end of the night.
All right, I'm holding right side. I'm scanning. All right, yo, Gibby's one. Push through. Okay, all right, perfect. There's 2 more left. Yo, Wraith phasing out. Focus blood. All right, good. Good job, Moz. All right, 1 more. Yo, they're behind the box. Push. Just everybody push. All right, perfect. Let's go. If you're ever looking for a snack while gaming, you're going to want to check out walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your cheesy needs. My name is Finicky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E. We just wrapped up all 6 games. Let's go ahead and pull up that Mobile One leaderboard and find out just how much Team Razor won by, because I think we all kind of know if you were leading in game number 5 and then you win game number 6, well, what does math tell us? I think it tells us that they won. 92 points overall, not hitting that 100-point mark. Team Pringles coming in second place with 75. Rice Krispies, that full top 3, looking like a whole partnered party over here, as Lethal Villains and Sniper Meta were the 2 teams in 4th and 5th to come up and put up a pretty solid fight. Tony, we had some pretty solid plays overall. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from that last game, though. And overall, while we talk about this, what do you think your favorite moment from today was?
I'm going to go game 5. The ending of game 5, where the Prowler plays, putting down that 400 to 500 damage between 2 different teams. The way he overextended out towards the enemy team, and then having to worry about the ones right to the right of them was absolutely insane. But this was a close second. Oh my gosh, this went down to the wire. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a heel off, and then the Wraith actually going into the void. I'm like, okay, is this going to be it? And somehow, and are they going to come out on top? But no, it was not enough. Razor end up stealing that game away.
Yeah, we saw some people in the chat saying, man, I thought they almost threw that. And Rockstar, if they would have won that, that would have been a huge throw by Razor for sure. But I love the aggressive big brain play. And then all of a sudden, Hackula, I'm not quite sure if he couldn't make the jump or if he was just like, you know what, I have faith in these guys or I don't have faith in these guys. We're not quite sure. And we'll let Hackula decide that on his own. But something was fishy where he didn't make it up there with his teammates. And I kind of want to know exactly what it was. But it was one heck of a day with Series E. We're not quite done yet, though. We're going to toss it on over to Yeso for an in-house segment. That's it for Tony and myself. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, gentlemen. Tom and Tony crushing it on the cast, so give some love to them in Twitch chat. Appreciate all of their great work here today. And that is it, folks. I was right, though. I think I definitely was easily able to predict that Razor finish with that game win in number 6, and they take open night here during Cheez-It week. Now, again, just a reminder, we're back again tomorrow night, 4 p.m. Pacific time, right here at twitch.tv/esports arena for Pro Night. It's week 5. Cheez-It week will continue. We'll have to see if our 9 partnered squads can take it to 11 of the best pro teams in North America. It's going to be a fun competition, and we've yet to see a partnered squad come out on top on a Wednesday night. Will tomorrow night be the first time? You'll have to tune in then and find out. And if you guys miss any of the action this week, whether tonight or tomorrow, make sure to tune in Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific time, again, right here at twitch.tv/esports arena, where I host Final Circle. We'll talk about everything that happened in Series E, and we'll discuss everything going on in the Apex scene as a whole. So you're not going to want to miss out on that. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Cheez-It week continues again tomorrow night. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.